Two. Two. Yeah, that's right. You get multiple dances. You get multiple dances today. What's up, folks? Hello. How's it going? What's going on? It's actually not a white monster pelicans. It's a blue. I don't get the blue ones very often. There's like a reflection on it, so it's hard to get across the color. I don't get the blue ones very often. I don't see them in the dépanneur very often, but I picked one today. Rich with dances today. Exactly. Fart Party 69. I've never seen the blue one. That's crazy, Marty, considering like you live in the land of plentiful snacks and energy beverages.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Pelicans, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you very much, Pelicans. Let's get this going, boyos. Yeah, Pelicans said it, not me. Pelicans said it, okay? Not me. In fact,
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Counting down the days TRRS Parenti.
Doc, thank you very much. 22 months of tier 2. From Doc Hollywood. Thank you, Doc. Pay this man. I'm always saying this. I'm always saying it too as well, actually. It's not just you. I'm often saying this as well. Achingly close to that golden prize. Just wait till the Pearl. I'm going to have to make that this week. People are getting very close to 3 years. We're coming up on... It's hard to believe. I was thinking about this just a moment ago because I didn't remember even what season this was anymore. I'm starting to lose track. But we're approaching the end of season 3, folks. We're getting to the end of another successful season of TRRS. As hard as that is to believe, we're doing in October. In October, it's going to be the season 4 premiere. The season 4 premiere. So we got plenty of people that are coming up on 3 years. So I'm going to have to get off my ass and get a pearl-colored or diamond-colored 3-year badge. I'm digitally removing dog spit from an actor as I listen to this. Great. $4.10. That sounds exciting. That sounds great. Buying season 1 to 3 box set. I would love to have a TRS box set. I would love that. Of every single hour. Every single stream. 2,000 hours worth of streams in a nice crisp box set. I would love that, actually. Season 4 is where we introduce lovable twin little brothers that get into all sorts of mischief. Yeah, that could be good. I could have some kind of new hairstyle or something. Some kind of physical change.
And have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diego, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the gifted sub to $4.10. I really appreciate all the support, Diego. And I also saw that you resubbed for 32 months. 32 months of Prime from our friend Diego, who's been so unbelievably supportive of me and this program and this community. I love you, Diego. Thank you. Thank you for that. A VHS collection would probably make more sense. There would be so many, though. 2,000 hours? There would be so many. It would take up this entire shelf, which actually I'm not opposed to. I'm not opposed to at all. If you want more rib-based content, I recommend subscribing to the Insurgents podcast. It's like TRRS, but unfortunately more Kenny clips. Yeah. A little bit of a different vibe. A little bit of a different vibe. I think we're a little tankier on here. I keep the tankiness to a smaller percentage on the Insurgents podcast. No, I let the tanky flag fly a little bit more on here. But honestly, it was a fantastic episode of the last episode of the Insurgents podcast, which I encourage people to listen to. I encourage people to listen to the last episode. Actually, I just linked the podcast. Here's the episode. Really, really good one. It was Comrade Social Distancing who gifted the sub $4.10, aka Diego. Really good episode with Luke O'Neill of Welcome to Hell World, in the previous episode of the Insurgents, which I encourage people to listen to. But if you can, please just click the link in the chat and click the little like button. Just even that. Even that is very, very helpful. And it was a very good episode with Luke O'Neill. Recording a new one tonight with Jordan. Jordan's in the middle of this big cross-country move right now, but recording a new episode with him. Should have Ken on to talk about his betrayal of the alien community. It's really crazy how the whole UFO thing has turned into a right-wing cult, right? It's like everything gets filtered through the culture war thing now. Even UFOs. Now that's a right-wing cult as well. We can't even share anything anymore. Everything's got to be culture war stuff. I listened to this episode while cleaning up animal feces, and I enjoyed my time much more than usual. That's good. I'm glad to be with you, Fart Party 69, while you're cleaning up animal feces. I've just gotten word, and I'm sorry to report this, Rob, but the light blue Monster Energy drink has in fact gone woke. Oh, man. I'm picturing you whispering in my ear like the George Bush picture. That's unfortunate. You hate to hear that. Oh, yeah, Diego, I've seen that now. How just we've joked for years about how reactionary evangelical Christians are. And now even them, it's become a joke. Oh, you're straying so far from the teachings of Jesus. And there's always this kind of mental gymnastics they can go through to justify it. But now they agree. They agree well. They're like, the more I hear about this Jesus guy, the more woke I think he is. They don't even like him anymore. That's the pretty amazing thing. Yeah, they're like, Jesus is what is this woke bullshit? They're teaching the Sermon on the Mount about turning the other cheek and stuff. What is this? I hate my enemies, and I want to hurt them, and I want to take food out of their mouths. That's the Christianity I believe in. And it's well, they explicitly are against that, though. That's one of the main things you're not supposed to do. I always go back to the Good Samaritan. All these evangelical Christians, they'd just be spitting on the beaten, robbed man now. They're like, get this guy out of my face. He's gross. He stinks. He's been lying, beaten, and robbed in the street for a day. Why doesn't he get a job? It's this is the most Christianity 101 Sunday school, first day of Sunday school thing. First day of Sunday school thing. They're just get this beaten and robbed man out of my fucking face. I don't pay taxes to support this beaten and robbed man. He's not even one of us. I like people that don't get beaten and robbed. Thank you. Who's this Samaritan pussy? This woke Samaritan pussy. Pretty amazing stuff. I mean, it used to be a boring cliche to point out these kind of contradictions. Now they themselves are just going right along with that. As I've discovered over the last day, I mean, we talk about this often. As I've discovered over the last day, though, some of these people don't really act on their so-called morals about looking out for one another and, you know, protecting the downtrodden and speaking truth to power, etc. As I myself have discovered over the last couple of days. We're going to get to that, though. We're going to get to that. I'm not ready to dive into the discourse yet about rich men north of Richmond. Oh boy, did I ever kick a hornet's nest. Did I ever kick a hornet's nest by lightly making fun of this fucking guy and this obviously like astroturfed right-wing bullshit? Oh my, were people ever upset with this guy? With this guy. Can you believe these people? People saying some of the most cruel and hurtful things you can imagine about this guy. Can you believe that? With good old Rob, metal dipshit. That's right. That's how sick this society is getting. That's how sick things have gotten over here. This does say a lot about society. It's true. Yeah. It's true. No, you know, as much as it can be psychologically damaging to have like thousands of people being like, fuck you, I hate you, or like, you're fat. I got a lot of that. People just immediately go to that. Like, okay, thank you. Yeah, I know I'm 40 years old. I'm a little out of shape, okay? You know, I'm okay with that. I'm actually okay with how I look. Actually. People don't seem to mind all that much. As psychologically damaging as that can be, overall, like, it hasn't been, I'm not too affected by it. Just getting lectured about class politics by these conservatives. You know, that's just, in and of itself, that's just, I don't really feel all that bad about that. When conservatives are lecturing me about sticking up for the average person, yeah, give me a fucking break. I'm not too hurt by that, by these criticisms. Being lectured about class politics by the most selfish, reactionary fuckers in, like, human history. Anyway, we're going to get to that. I'm not ready to... I got to keep my powder dry here for a few minutes. I can't go off right away. I've got to work up to it. I'm not even Christian, but I love that part in the Bible where Jesus takes his disciples to the temple and they all stand and see people putting coins in the box for the poor. And the disciples are impressed with the rich man dropping a lot of coins and make fun of the poor woman dropping a single copper coin because that's all she could ever spare. And then Jesus drops the hammer on his disciples. Yeah, I've never read the Bible, so I don't know that particular story. I know that's in the Disney Robin Hood movie. In the Disney Robin Hood movie, they're collecting money for the poor, and like no one's even there anymore. They're all locked up by the sheriff. And then someone gives like a single little farthing or whatever, our last farthing. I'm sorry, Friar. This is all we can afford. It's all we can afford. And he's like, that's the most generous you could ever be. I think that's a nice message that more of these people should maybe pay attention to. This message from a fucking children's movie from the 1950s. That they've based their entire culture and their entire identity around. You'd think maybe they could absorb some of these messages, but no. I think some chatters maybe could learn a thing or two from that. God, that's awful. That is awful. The blue one is good, Marty. You should try it out. It's not, I wouldn't say it's as good as the red, but it's good. As soon as a sub in coffer rings, your soul for purgatory springs. Yeah, okay, that works, I guess. Yeah, that works. How am I feeling today? I'm feeling okay. Honestly, like I'm a little tired. Like I didn't really have
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Love the Expos hat.
Alt Tab Dad, thank you very much. 6 months of tier 1. Thank you, Alt Tab Dad. Everyone loves this hat. This hat was one of the best clothing items I've ever gotten, and I got it for free at the grocery store with the purchase of 3 packages of hot dogs. And I always get compliments on this hat. It's amazing. It also gave us maybe the most memorable Rob drop of all time. Sorry, I'm not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that, actually. I think you might be confusing. You might be confusing that for someone else. While we're on religion, there's cool things in the Quran where it says pay your workers while their sweat is still wet or something to that effect, and it's a really good early example of worker solidarity. That'd be nice. I submitted an invoice like 6 weeks ago for some work I did on a podcast, and I've yet to be paid for it. And it's actually very frustrating. I really, really need the small amount of money that I'm getting paid for this thing. And it's been almost 2 months, and I'm still waiting for it. I was really productive this weekend. Were you really productive, or did you have to create another Blue Sky account? I had to create another Blue Sky account. Yeah, no, I mean, my week was fine. I was streaming on Saturday. We had a rare Saturday stream, which was cool. I enjoyed the stream. It was definitely a little bit slower in terms of, like, viewers. So I'm not sure if I'm going to keep doing the Saturday streams, because it just seems like people are busy. And doing the streams like during working hours during the week are kind of, it seems like there's just more people that are available to hang out and chat and everything. But it was busy. Yeah, I didn't have to create. It was not me, Orb Lady, that had to create another Blue Sky account. That was Marty, aka Outrun, who's now been banned from despite being one of the primary Blue Sky influencers, has been banned now like 4 fucking times. The best TRRS is time theft TRRS. I'm learning that. Yeah, I'm discovering that. I am discovering that. No, so Saturday I was pretty busy with that. I was doing the stream for like 5.5 hours or so. And then like immediately, as soon as I was done, went and picked up my son, and then I hung out with him, and then I was here again, and then I did a sink full of dishes, and also cooked this huge elaborate meal for myself and made a separate meal for him because he won't eat the food that I eat. So I was pretty busy all day Friday and all day Saturday until about 9 o'clock. The dinner I made was really good though, because I got this big thing of chicken thighs from the grocery store. They were very cheap. It was like $6 for a big thing of chicken thighs, and I just like cooked. I had to make them before they went bad, so cooked all those on Saturday, and now I still have some leftovers. I'm just keep eating those. Yeah, it was really good. Rhododendron. It was really good. And I made some vegetables on the side, and then made some peanut sauce as well that I put on that with the rice. Excellent. In fact, I'm probably going to have it for lunch in a little bit. I had McDonald's breakfast earlier. C'est parce que nous sommes une bande de pédantes au chômage le samedi est le seul jour où nous travaillons. So true. So true. So yeah, I was pretty busy Saturday right up until like the end of the night. I started watching a really good movie. I've been watching. It's taken me so far 2 nights, and I haven't been able to finish it because I've been I've been really tired. But I started watching the old Clint Eastwood movie Hang 'Em High, which is a huge blind spot for me. All the old westerns, I've barely seen any of those. And I started watching Hang 'Em High, which is fantastic, but I keep falling asleep. I watched that a little bit of that Saturday night and a little bit last night. Probably finish it tonight. Grom's making beef bourguignon. How did that turn out, Grom? I saw you were trying that. How did that turn out? Yeah, I've been really enjoying it, Doc. I've been really enjoying it so far. I like the conflict between the... You got Pat Hingle as the judge. I only knew him from Commissioner Gordon from the Tim Burton Batman movies, but he's in there as like the judge. You see the idea of like justice and what that means and who controls it, and Clint's trying to color in the shades of gray, and then he's just like, no, I don't want to hear about that. I don't know. Looking forward to watching the end of it anyways. Love a good spaghetti western? Absolutely. I'm going to get more into this genre, I think. I haven't seen a lot of them. Like all of the major ones, I've barely ever seen any of them, so looking forward to digging into those a little bit more. Pale Rider, I remember, is a really good one I'd like to see. Spending a week of 15-minute stints of watching a long movie before falling asleep on the couch is 40-year-old culture. It really is. Although it was also, for me, it was 39-year-old culture and 38 and 37 and 36 and 35 as well. Really, since I had a kid. Really, it's just since about 33. It's been the culture. Yeah, I'm dipping into the westerns. It's really a blind spot for me, Marty. I'm really getting into it. I've got some of the older John Wayne ones too, The Searchers and that. I'd like to watch that. Sleep deprivation is dad culture. That's right. That's right. My grandfather had about 50 westerns on VHS in his library. That's great. That's really cool. I imagine that must be an evocative childhood memory image, right, Marty? The wall of VHS at Grandpa's house. I've never really been into westerns, but I like some modern westernish ones like The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford. That is really good. So is the modern version of 3:10 to Yuma with Russell Crowe. That is really good. And probably the original is quite good as well. The Oxbow Incident is a good film for examining justice and the power to mete it out and the authority to wield such power. These will all go on the list. Yeah, Unforgiven is a classic one as well. That was like a modern sort of revisitation of that kind of genre. Russell Crowe and Christian Bale and Ben Foster in that. And I feel like Ben Foster is an actor, like a character actor who in that period was really gaining some steam. And I don't know if he's been doing that much lately. Ben Foster. He's got some real like intensity. And he's fantastic in that movie. Anyway, so yesterday I had a nice day. I spent just even after doing that, I did that shit post that made everyone mad about that fucking song. But then I had a nice day while all these right-wing guys are just like losing their fucking minds and shitting and pissing their pants and vomiting and like fucking killing themselves because of my humorous tweet about the fucking song that they all love. And I had a nice day. I spent the day with my son. We went swimming. We went to the pool. We went to the public pool, and there was like no one there. There was like no one there. It was like this gigantic pool. There was barely anyone there. We had it all to ourselves. It was really cool. We did that. We hung around, watched some TV. We went to the park for a long time. It was a really nice day. Have you heard of or seen the right-wing Western horror film that portrays indigenous as literal monsters called Bone Tomahawk? No, I have not. I have not seen that one, Dimitri. I'm at that age, I guess, when people speak of classics of which I remember the original cinema run. Well, that's what's weird about like Unforgiven, because that was like a modern version of that kind of old Clint Eastwood movie, and now it's 30 years old. That's really just kind of a weird thing to wrap your mind around. I used to go see fresh 70mm prints because that was the peak. I would love to be able to go see like some old classics on 70mm. I don't know if there's any theaters in Montreal that do that. Maybe there are, but I would love to go see some of my old favorite movies on 70mm. That'd be fucking amazing. See like Aliens or Alien or one of those movies, or one of these old westerns. I've never really watched westerns except the one with Lizard Johnny Depp. That was Rango. I think I saw that in the theater, but I don't really remember much about it. And Wild Wild West with Will Smith, but I don't know if they count. I'm not sure if Wild Wild West counts either. I'm not so sure. I saw Aliens on 70mm when it opened, like when it opened in 1986. God, I would love to do that. I would absolutely love to go see that. That's really like my favorite movie ever has shifted over time, but I think as now that I'm 40, I think I can comfortably admit that Aliens is my favorite film. I think I can comfortably admit that. I don't think anything's knocking it off that perch. Wagons East, wasn't that the one with John? Wasn't that John Candy's last film? Poor John Candy, man. I love John Candy. You do Avatar dirty like that? Listen, Grammy, you know I love Avatar. I do. I love it. I absolutely love it. In fact, I watched the original again just the other day, and you know what? Still fantastic. I still absolutely love it. But it just doesn't approach the same level of like love that I have. Part of it is just the era of filmmaking, you know. It's just never been better than that. Oh, Grom, you've never seen the Alien movies? Honestly, you can forego every single movie in the Alien franchise, but you should watch Alien and Aliens. You could even just watch them back to back. Just knock them out in one night. Two of the very best films ever made. And that's not like a personal subject. That's like an objective opinion. That's not just a personal subjective thing. Marty, don't do this. Don't do the loving Prometheus bit, please. Please. Not now. I've been through a lot this weekend, okay? Please. God damn it. Don't get me going on this now. Don't get me started here. I'm dropping this. I'm not doing this. I'm not sinking to your level, Marty. Okay? The best baseball movie? I mean, probably Major League. I really like Major League too, frankly. Maybe Moneyball is a good one. I've never seen The Natural. Maybe The Sandlot. It could very well be The Sandlot. That could very well be the best baseball movie. Angels in the Outfield, or what about Rookie of the Year? That's a classic childhood thing. Marty, if you come back with that username on Blue Sky, I am going to snitch to the devs on you. I was joking about it before, but I will be 100% serious when I'm going to do that for real. League of Their Own is really good too. Yeah. How was that League of Their Own series? Didn't they make it into like a TV series? Was it any good? I don't know. Loved the movie though. Fantastic. The best basketball movie is obviously White Man Can't Jump. But there's a number of very good basketball movies. Blue Chips is really good. Directed by William Friedkin, recently deceased, R.I.P., which I did not even realize he directed that. The best basketball movie is Eddie. I'm sure I've seen that in the 90s, but I definitely haven't seen it since like 1995. I remember Hoosiers being good, but like Hoosiers is fucking racist though. Like, can we admit that now? You could like Hoosiers is one movie that you could not make today. You could not make Hoosiers today. With like we do that joke like with wokeness how it is. You literally couldn't make Hoosiers today with wokeness how it is. You absolutely could not, and with good cause. I would actually agree. I would actually agree that you could not or should not make Hoosiers. I wonder if conservatives ever get retroactively mad at White Man Can't Jump just for the title. Maybe Barfcast, but I don't know. Woody dips into some pretty serious racial stereotypes in that movie as well. It's flying around from both angles, so I'm sure they appreciate it on that level. Yeah, Indiana racist? What? This is the first time hearing about this. Well, it's not only racist, but it's like it's the all-white Indiana team. And in the end, the team they're playing is like all these black guys. The whole team is black. I can't remember the team that they're playing against. And it's like, oh, we're supposed to be rooting for the white guys here, I guess. And it's like they're built up as like being the scary villains, basically. It's like, ugh. Gah. Brewster's Millions is my favorite baseball movie. I do not believe I've seen that one, Mac. I don't believe I've seen that, Brewster's Millions. I said Ottawa is what happens if you let the French colonize Indianapolis. You know what? I'm going to say that I agree. I don't totally know how that makes sense, but I just on principle, I'm going to agree with you, Marina. How about that? With both this and basically any other subject. Bull Durham. I think it was also directed by the person who directed White Men Can't Jump. Is that Ron Shelton? I think one fucked up thing about me is that I always assumed that Ron Shelton was black because of White Men Can't Jump, and then I realized that he wasn't, and I was kind of like, oh. Huh. I've definitely seen Bull Durham. I can't really remember it all that well. Although, Susan Sarandon in Bull Durham... I haven't seen the movie in a long time, but I can tell you that Susan Sarandon is, like, unbelievably hot in that movie. Without remembering much about the actual plot or, like, what happens in it. Susan Sarandon actually follows me on Twitter. I should send her a DM sometime. I should slide into Susan Sarandon's DMs sometimes, just see how she's doing. Susan Sarandon could lead me into holy war. Me too. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ontario was absolutely part of the Midwest. I've never thought about that, but there's real similarities. Like, culturally, Ontario and, like, Minnesota are almost identical. Maybe that's why I do have a kind of Midwestern vibe. Like, it's so... Ontario is so similar to America, except for a few small differences. That's how I'm able to earn your trust, all the Americans in here. Dudes from rural Ontario feels so familiar. So I'm collecting like Pokemon. And you're doing a great job. Sarandon was RTing EFF stuff recently, very based. She is very based, and it's funny, despite all the criticism, people are like, anytime something bad happens in America, they're like, are you happy, Susan Sarandon? Anytime these liberals that have like blown every major election of the last fucking 15 years, except for Obama. Everything that I don't like is Susan Sarandon's fault, and she just doesn't care. She just does not care. And you know, my favorite movie about capoeira, the Brazilian form of dance fighting. I actually can't even remember the name of the movie, but I do remember this movie from like cable TV in the 90s about this like substitute teacher that goes to like inner city LA and then teaches all the inner city kids capoeira and then defends them from these like gang members. It's easily the best capoeira movie that exists. What is the name of that movie? It's so weird. I don't even remember the name. Only the Strong. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. I still remember the song from the movie. They like sing a song in the movie when they're doing their capoeira. I still remember the melody from it. It's a movie that I've seen one time on HBO 30 years ago, and I still think about it probably a couple times a year. Why? I don't know. It's not good. It's not a good movie. Maybe it is. I don't know. Only the Strong. Do you got a trailer? Why do I remember that? It's so strange. It's like Dangerous Minds meets Capoeira. Why do I remember this? This is so stupid. There's so much important information that I've forgotten over the last 30 years. So like there's so much genuinely really important things, important meetings that I have, bills that need to be paid, important things that I need to do, gone. People's names. I meet someone, it's like, hey, my name is mama, and I just go, oh, hello, nice to meet you, and it's gone immediately. Immediately gone. I think you just like saying the word capoeira. That is true. That is true. But then it's like, of course, yeah, I remember this capoeira movie that I saw one time when I was 12 years old. Of course, I could sing the song from this fucking movie 30 years later. Hello, my name is Theme from Only the Strong plays loudly. It do be like that, though. It do be like that. Every man I meet is named Drew, every woman is named Lisa, and I can tell you in complete detail what I felt and the play's design when Boise State ran a hook and ladder against Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl nearly 20 years ago. Fuck. Come on. I feel like I could easily beat one of these guys up. When they were doing one of their complicated like dance flipping moves, I would simply throw sand in their eyeballs. And then get them with some kind of like a double underhook DDT. Breaking their neck instantly. Rob on his knees in the sand doing the begging off plus low move. It's classic. That's a classic move. Yeah, we're watching Only the Strong. That's right, Matt. Yeah. We're watching Only the Strong. That's correct. Capoeira. Matt knows all about this. I think, Matt, you and I are of the same age, where obviously this made a formative impression on you back in the day. It's a dance. Well, it's supposed to be a dance, Doc, but then later in the film, he definitely like uses it as a like real legitimate fighting style, though. I can't tell you how many dance fights I've been in since this time. Absolutely. Absolutely. This movie is. I've seen this one. I saw this one time in probably 1994, and I still fucking remember this movie. Capoeira had a death grip on the 90s, but is that true? I only remember seeing it or hearing about it in this movie. Was there other capoeira movies? There was a lot of movies where people had to like get in like decisive rollerblade races as well. You know? I think there's one with Seth Green. Do you remember that one? I don't think he's the main guy, but he's maybe like the best friend, kind of goofy best friend character. And there's like a decisive downhill rollerblading race. What's that one? Airborne. Airborne. Oh, you know what, folks? Okay, let me just put this on. The Airborne trailer. How do you what circumstances come around to where you end up in a climactic skateboarding climactic rollerblading battle? He's like the new kid in town. He's trying to get the girl. Doesn't know anybody. Somehow he ends up in a climactic rollerblading.
Perfect session. A-frame wave.
Oh, that's right. He's a surfer, and then he moves to like the Midwest or something like that.
Doing a 360 without a bounce. I call it the consciousness razor.
Mitchell's life was a California dream. Until he woke up in Cincinnati.
What do you think? It's wild, right?
We're just so excited about having you here. Slow down a little bit, Wiley. Hands on 10 and 2.
His cousin wants him to meet his friends.
You. Where do I know you from?
You used to flush my head in the urinals.
They're an interesting bunch.
I could be Elvis. It's possible.
I really like to sleep, and I like Nintendo.
Jack Black.
They all want Mitchell to feel right at home. And if it wasn't for Nikki...
How are you?
You must be getting pretty homesick, huh?
Not right now.
This hairstyle really had a talking about death grips of the 90s. This hairstyle, this was the it boy look. For between the years of like 93 and 98, this was the look. The JTT, you know? Exactly, moist towelettes. That's exactly right. Bring back the coif. My hair's about long enough that I could do it, but it's not going to look good though. If I tried to do this, no. No, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Let's continue this. Let's forget that ever happened and let's just continue this here.
He'd have no reason to stay.
Man,
Not long enough yet? Yeah, I
For
guess
the
so.
next 6 months, his days of sun,
You can
sand,
count on me
and
and have
surf.
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Wow, I love my favorite new country singer that can bridge the class divide in the country. He can have a little lost cause romanticization as a treat.
Oh man, Lucid, thank you very much. 19 months of tier 1 from Lucid. I really appreciate it, Lucid. You know, Lucid really helped me get my start doing streaming and like rating and getting people to watch this channel. Lucid, I appreciate you very much. Thank you for that. I'm going to get into my rants about this fucking guy soon. I'm warming up to that. I'm getting to that point. Because all these right-wing guys are peeing and pooping themselves because of my mild criticism of this fucking guy. I will get there. Right now I'm doing some nostalgia cam warm-up, looking at some random movie trailers from 1993 that my misfiring synapses still remember. In my declining middle-aged years. And I will get into my rants about this guy doing his class politics of blaming fat welfare recipients for being the cause of the disillusionment of like these deindustrialized mining towns in the South. That's why. It's because of these fat welfare recipients eating too many cookies. That's why. That's why the miners aren't treated well. Don't you realize this? He speaks to the people. Oh God. I will get to that though. I will get to that in a moment, and all the mean and hurtful comments that people have made about me because of my mild criticism of this man. It's indeed lame, Matt. It is indeed lame. Although, like I was saying, I would probably not mind if it had decent class politics. I would probably not mind it. I'd probably be like, hey, this is pretty good. A lot of people would be like, this guy sucks. He can't sing. He's playing guitar with a capo on the 5th fret. There's nothing wrong with playing a guitar with capo on the 5th fret. I don't think he's untalented, but it just has really shitty politics, and it's being astroturfed by some of the very worst people in the world. Like, that's what's bad about it. I would probably not mind it if it had a decent message, but it does not. I didn't even hear his other song. Okay, I'm saving this for later. I'm saving this one for later. First I have to watch the end of this trailer for the film Airborne from 1993.
Have been put on ice.
See you in school.
In a city where no one understands him.
I need traffic, smog, heat waves.
Who would have thought he'd become a hero by doing what he does best?
Been challenged by the preps to a little skating race. We thought maybe you'd, want to skate on our team.
No. He has one chance to prove himself. One final race to win. And he's the one who has what it takes to put them over the top. Airborne.
I think I'm starting to like Cincinnati.
It was just not possible to look cooler than this guy. It was not possible to look cooler than this man. Okay, this is interesting. James says, my understanding of capoeira is that it was a real martial art practiced by Brazilian slaves disguised as a dance, so they could openly practice it in front of slave owners, drivers, and not get in trouble. I guess it makes sense then, and in this film in the early 90s, it's like a U.S. troupe that's using this dance fighting style to teach a tough lesson to inner city black kids. Which is the climactic battle in that film.
Blood in.
Oh, blood in, blood out. Man, this movie This is not like a fun childhood memory. This is a disturbing childhood memory.
Blood in, blood out.
There's a disturbing moment in this movie that I've never forgotten. I think my older brothers were watching this in probably 1995, and I tuned in. Kind of snuck my way in there. And there's some extremely disturbing shit in this movie that I have not forgotten about. They drop this guy on a fire hydrant. They like drop him on a fire hydrant and break his back. Oh man, it's disturbing. This is not a fun early 90s memory. This is more of a dark. This is part of the dark corner. The dark recesses of my memories. I don't remember this one. I couldn't tell you if it's good. It's got a good cast. I think Benjamin Bratt is in that. And yeah, it follows these like three family members going on these like separate paths. One becomes this gang member, one goes to prison, one becomes a cop. After this like one sort of climactic evening when they're young, sends them in these different directions. I don't know if I'm going to see it again, though. I just saw, like, in my YouTube recommendations, I'm getting this thing about Jesus, too. Jesus protects women from being stoned to death. I'm honestly a little concerned. I'm usually okay with, like, my kid being on YouTube and stuff. But he's real, like, so he's super into Julius Caesar. I've talked before, my kid is like, he became kind of obsessed with Julius Caesar and, like, the assassination of Caesar. And he's really obsessed with it. He watches, there's this, like, animated thing, and he watches it all the time. He can reenact the whole thing. But now he's getting Jesus content recommended to him because of that. And now he's starting to, like, ask me about that. He's asking me about, he's not even asking me about it, but, like, telling me about it. You know, Jesus did this. And I was like, whoa, we gotta pump the brakes on this stuff a little bit. I'm trying to like explain, you know, religion is because we're not religious. Like, we don't go to church or anything like that. So he started to ask me about Jesus because he gets interested in, like, those stories as well. Jesus, like, being crucified and stuff. He's kind of fascinated with that. And I'm like, we got to really be careful here. We're in some thorny, a crown of thorny territory at the moment. So that's some delicate territory that I've got to try and walk, where we can talk about the historical stuff, the historical things, and talk about religion while not, like, going too far down that path. He's going to rebel by loving Jesus. Like, this could happen. This could happen to me. I got to nip that in the bud. Teach him up on all the good stuff like morals and truth and helping people, then dose him with the history of religion. I think that's a good. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. We can talk about Jesus and the things that he encouraged people to do, while also making sure he understands that we're not one of these, like, really religious people. We're not going to start going to church and stuff. The other thing, like, too, he was like, the more you fight, the harder he fights back. Well, that's it. That's why you have to have kind of like a path where you can talk about these things, but in, like, a productive way. The other thing too, because he loves The Simpsons, and he really likes Flanders on The Simpsons, and seeing Flanders going to church and The Simpsons going to church and stuff, and saying grace. Flanders is saying grace, and he's like, he wants to do that, and I'm like, well, So I'm trying to find a way around that as well, where we're eating our Pizza Hut or whatever, and I'm thanking the animals and the Pizza Hut workers that made the pizza, you know, and all the farmers or whatever that were involved in, like, getting all the food ready for us, while not going into, like, God territory, you know? I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird thing to have to think about, honestly. Get him into paganism. Well, I was actually talking to him about that today, because I was talking to him about people that believe in Jesus and God and stuff like that, and he's like, well, what about, like, Zeus and Hercules and stuff? And I was like, yes, I mean, and those are other gods too, and people believe in all kinds of different gods, and different people believe different kinds of things, you know, and kind of approaching it like that. Just tell him that religion is part of the ideological state apparatus. Exactly. And then immediately he's going to get that. Just watch and show him the PragerU videos and save yourself the time. In all honesty, like, I let him watch YouTube, like, probably more than I should. You know, it's hard being a parent. You get tired and you see he can entertain himself for a little bit by looking at that. A lot of the time I'm like looking at it though, I'm paying attention to what it is. Like, I don't care if he's looking at like Skibidi Toilet or whatever it is, or even the weird gaming shit that I've looked at on this stream. I don't really like it, but it's like, I don't think this is like hurting him. If he starts getting that though, that's when I will be cutting the shit off. You can look at Skibidi Toilet all day. If you start looking at PragerU or like Ben Shapiro, then no. Oh, Cinnamon Challenge, you don't know what Skibidi Toilet is? Oh boy. Skibidi Toilet is sweeping the nation. The trend that's sweeping the nation. All the nation's children are into this. They like Skibidi. I know Mac at work knows about this as well. They like Skibidi Toilet more than they like Jesus these days. I don't let them watch YouTube. I do let them watch YouTube Kids, but I keep an eye on it. Honestly, it's been a slippery slope, Dakadude, that got worse during the pandemic when it became like difficult to find time to do stuff all day. I think I had a handle on it at first, and then it kind of slipped out of my control. I don't know. I don't really know what to do, because now if I really limit it now, he's going to really be not happy with me. Yeah, Goat said, I think that's it. Skibidi Toilet is just early 2000s Gmod garbage. Internet humor has completed the circle. That's the thing. For as much as people are like, look at what kids are looking at now, this is so fucking bizarre and out there, but it's like, it's not really. It's actually quite in line with what people were looking at years ago, you know? This is Skibidi Toilet, okay? This is what it is. Like, kids absolutely love this.
What the heck is going on here? Yes, yes. What the heck is going on here? Oh, help me, please, somebody.
What the heck is going on here?
He's always singing the song. He loves it.
What the heck is going on here? Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
That's it. Brain damage. This is so funny. There's hours of versions of this. Like, there's an unbelievable amount of versions of this. Like, the views on these are insane. Like, I'm just looking at the recommendations right now. Skibidi Toilet 1, 55 episodes, 3.6 million views. 3.1 million, 96K, 6.8 million, 747K, 2.2 mil, 3.1 mil. You know, I don't know. Like you're saying, I don't think it's that different from what people were looking at online. It's just Gmod. You know, it's been around for years now. And Marty's got a Skibidi cleanser. Almost TRRS numbers, almost. I think it could be worse. It's fine. Well, that's what I mean. It's like if he looks at this, it's like I find it a little odd, but he makes him really happy. He laughs. He loves singing the song. You know, if he's starting to look at like PragerU shit, that's when I'm gonna drop the hammer on down. That's the red line. So a little bit of a content warning. Apparently there might be some Russian content on this. I haven't previewed this. This is from the mod. Video. I feel like the Smile horror movie. I enjoyed that one. That was good. You know what I haven't? We need more javelins for the Skibbity threat. I still haven't watched that horror movie Megan. I don't know why. I've been wanting to watch it for a couple months and I just haven't got around to it. Reminds me of the Scatman. Well, me too. As a 90s kid as well. Obviously, it reminds me of the Scatman as well. M3gun. That's right. You saw that, Marina? Yeah, I really want to see it. It looks stupid and funny, but it looks good at the same time. I'm still just remember that scene from the trailer when she's like doing the TikTok dance. Like she's doing like a threatening TikTok dance. Yeah, definitely Smile was definitely referencing It Follows for sure. Which itself was a ripoff of like Halloween and a lot of other stuff. Who doesn't love and remember the Scatman? Folks, we're not scatting anymore. We used to love the Scatman, didn't we? The liberals don't want you to like the Scatman. If you like the Scatman, now they say you're cancelled. They've cancelled the Scatman. I was together with white Danes today, and they told me with full certainty that Ukraine will be winning the war very soon, and I was like, sure, why not? Because I literally still haven't got a clue how it's progressing due to all the propaganda from all sides. I can't imagine anyone still believing that, because even the people that are the most invested in Ukraine winning have all admitted that it's not going well now either. So it's like, how are you still holding on to that idea? I have all the best scats. They should call it Velma. Scooby-Doo is not involved. I feel like my Trump impression is progressing. It's nowhere near where it needs to be, but it's progressing. Maybe by the time the guy it gets inaugurated for the second fucking time, I'll have a grip on this thing. Here's the best scatting video of all time. Doc, is this that video of Iggy Azalea before I even press anything? Okay, no, it's not. I might have to throw that one on next.
I read poetry and sonnets, and he plays the upright bass. Yamakipiebo, sedere facebo, in dog Latin he quoth, UJ, sophist, hooray! Well, he bit all the he-dogs and winked at all the she-dogs. The town never knew such a hullabaloo as that little dog raised till the end of that day.
We've been trying to guess at Rupert. Who do you think Trump will pick this time around as VP choice? I kind of think they might do the Trump RFK thing. I think that's looking like an increasingly likelier possibility. The unity ticket. And there's the whole connection with Trump and Kennedy and the QAnon stuff. Like, I think it makes too much sense. That's kind of starting. At first I was thinking maybe like Nikki Haley or someone. They're going to go for like the historic brown woman kind of, even though she pretends to be white herself. I thought they might go that route to appease the sort of moderate conservatives, but I kind of think they're heading in that direction.
We just have a good rhythm together, you know?
They did. Yeah, that was fantastic rhythm.
Splash! You feel good?
This is fire.
Tire marks. Finish line with fire marks. When the relay starts to move on the way train. Master, she know the pants got spit like a plaster. Raptor, bencher, did like go like dash, faster, motorbike faster. He gotta get a bitch, pass to the raptor. White bitch go back and blow like a wind. Perhaps your rooftop in the wind. When I win, no, when I win a leg up like she got hoes on call. Got hoes on call to come through, take a protocol. Just damage it, that's my protocol. This many Australians on sloth and no camera. I don't care who you are. No killer rap, gotta give it to you raw. Bitch, 1 point, put a piece in the joint. Gotta choose this beat, I'm spraying my joint. Straight crack rap, wall till the pop pop. Who know to the rap city, no diggy ass. Should he do it? I'm roll, no diggle, from motherfucking man. It's Iggy, not Jiggle.
Probably my favorite song of all time, that. the best freestyle. This is just how Australians sound normally. What was her big song? Fancy. The beat to that song is really good, actually. I'm not trying to be mean to Iggy Azalea, you know? I don't think that was very good, but I actually do like that song is pretty good. That's a good single. Iggy makes bops. Sorry, haters. I don't know if I know any of her other songs. I know Fancy is pretty good. I like that. And no, she didn't make the beat. I mean, obviously that would be the producer, but still a good track though. That's a good track. Well, this has been a fun little intro. This has been a fun first 90 minutes of the program. I'm feeling pretty loosey-goosey. I don't know about you. I guess since we're 90 minutes in, I'm going to be here till I've got to do a podcast with Jordan at 7. I don't think I'm going to do that live, so I'm going to be here till at least like 6 p.m. So I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. But since we are 90 minutes in, just remind people that if you want to support this program or you enjoy this kind of random conversations that we've been having about, you know, extremely obscure movies from 1993 that I remember from my childhood watching on HBO or whatever else we've been talking about. I kind of forget. Whatever else has been going on for the last 90 minutes. If you've enjoyed it, please subscribe. Please support the show by subscribing or gifting subs. It's $5 per month. It's completely free of charge with an Amazon Prime account. You can also gift subs or friend coin or tip or subscribe on Patreon or any of these other methods. I took a big hit from last month going on a short vacation and then also being sick for a couple days. So I'm trying to overcome that. So every little bit helps. I appreciate it a lot. The only way that I'm able to continue doing this program every single day here on twitch.tv is through the incredible generosity of the TRRS community. So if you can, please subscribe or give subs. It helps out a lot, and I appreciate it. And we become friends afterwards. And that's real. That's not parasocial, it's real.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Soon I discovered that this rib thing was true. Jerry Lee Lewis was the devil. Jesus an architect previous to his career as a prophet. All of a sudden, I found myself in love with the world. So the only thing that I could do was rob a lob lob my lob a rob lob rob.
So true. So true, Brian. Thank you very much, Brian, for the 9 months resub at tier 2 and for all the support. Appreciate it a lot. Exactly. I'm punished for going on vacation and then being on death's door, which is like working in a Victorian mill or coal mine, essentially. Yeah. I'm one of these like asthmatic Victorian chimney sweeps. I should start wearing one of those hats, those newsboy caps, just to really drive the point home. Everyone please give Lennon Smesh a follow as well. Oh, governor. May I please have a $5
count on me.
Twitch
You're gonna have
sub?
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
What's up, Rob and chat?
Hello, Ms. Squatch. Thank you for 19 months of tier 1. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Ms. Squatch. Always appreciate having the entire Squatch family tuning into this program. Time to rock some fingerless knit gloves. There we go. I got the coal streaks on my face. Hello. Yeah, that's right. Fart Party 69. Me little brother's got the rickets. What even is that, the rickets? I don't know what that is. Could you please spare a $5 Twitch sub? Me little brother's got the rickets. Me dad got lost in the mine. It's a nutritional deficiency. I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. I think maybe I have the rickets. Maybe that's why I'm not healthy.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Me ol' bamboo, you'd better never bother with me ol' bamboo. You can have me hat or me bumby or shoe, but you'd better never bother with me ol' bamboo.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Norm, for 14 months of Prime. And could completely agree. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for that. The doctor says I'll be seeing me little brother soon. Thing is, he died 2 years ago. Thank you, Comrade Bushy.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Are you telling a bunch pork pies in a bag of trout? Because if you are feeling quiggly, why not just have a J. Arthur?
Thank you, Brian, for the 200 friend coin. And thank you very much, Comrade Bushy. I believe previously known as Gen X Bushy. Thank you, Comrade Bushy, for the 2 gifted subs. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you. Helping to end Ricky's in our lifetime, one stream at a time. This is what I've devoted myself to. Do you have a pence for some gruel? I could start eating gruel on stream. I'm usually eating like noodles and stuff. I start munching on gruel. If I can make my number go up, I can afford a new helping of gruel. I should rig the sub to like a little hose that spurts some gruel in a bowl. When someone subs, I get a little squirt of gruel. Thank you. Thank you, chatter. I'm so famished. Can I just have a wee spot of gruel? Krusty brand imitation gruel. That's right. Gruel posting. Yeah, with soot all over the face. I don't even have a newsboy cap. I could put that on to complete this bit. Make one of those NPC TikTok accounts out of that bit. That seems, talk about gruel, that seems grueling. You'd have to do that for like 3 hours at a time. Thank you. Thank you. Gruel, so good. Gruel, so good. Thank you. Thank you. Me brother has rickets. Thank you. Me brother has rickets. Gruel, so good. But that for like 4 straight hours. Spend 4 hours a day doing that. We got a possible hype train coming, folks. Another gifted sub could kick off a hype train. I don't want to alarm anybody. But another gifted sub could kick off a hype train. Could I please have one more gifted sub, chatters? I could finally afford some more gruel.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Diego. Gruel, so good. Twitter was right. Rob is an NPC, which is funny because I was doing the NPC bit to the people that were being like, "This is woke" or whatever. When everyone says woke, I just repeat what they said with the NPC meme. They hate that. The same people that use the NPC meme like constantly, they hate when you use that back on them. Oh boy!
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Dakadoon, for the 90 friend coin. Thank you. Thank you, Hey Antonia, for 20 months, tier 1. Now I can afford some gruel to feed my
We
famished
simply
body.
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Christmas goose.
Thank you, G Clappy. Perhaps I can afford a Christmas goose this year. It's a real doth protest too much moment. They really cannot stand when you do the NPC. That's all of a sudden they're so mature. All of a sudden they're so mature when you use the NPC meme. They're like, well, this is so childish. And it's like, it is, isn't it? Yeah, I agree, actually. It is childish. All of a sudden they're just the bastions of maturity and civil, respectful discourse. As soon as you start using that exact thing that they love doing. They're like, well, I say, that's so uncouth. I'm doing all my different British accents now. I do the famished chimney sweep, and I'm doing the upper class. It's so uncouth to use this NPC meme. I would never dream of doing such a thing. I only engage in enlightened, respectful civil discourse, you see. The same fucking people.
Count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Moist Owlets, for the gifted sub. Perhaps if we get to level 3 of this hype train, I might be able to afford a banana and get some precious vitamins for me brother. We can afford a single bean which I'll slice in extremely thin slices to distribute to my various family members.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, for the 2 gifted subs. Vitamins. I can afford some vitamins. I'll take some vitamins with my bottle of water. I can afford some vitamins with my bottle of water. Your famished brother holding his hobo sack with the top hat open at the top.
To mark up the size of the account.
The toe coming out of the boot.
She's great fun, but she's a few sandwiches short of a picnic.
Thank you, Brian.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Thank you, Dimitri, for the 5 gifted subs. Perhaps now I can afford 2 entire beans to feed me family. Thank you, Dimitri. If you can spare a gifted sub, you too can join Twitch's only 2-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship access and trickle-down clout tiered reward system. It's called a bindle. Don't disrespect the hobo tradition. Thank you, Old Dutch. The Montreal Expos hat is sick as sin. I'm telling you, everyone loves this hat. Slicing a single bean like Mickey and Jack and the Beanstalk to share with my subscribers. You too can purchase a single bean slice, paper thin, so thin you can see through the bean slice. The British economy is in real bad shape. We can only afford 2 beans.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Because of Brexit, I can only afford 2 beans. Hello, Majority Report. Majority. Hello. Hello, Majority Report. I'm just a wee little Victorian chimney sweep. And if you've come here today, I must ask you, please, if you can, press the follow button. If you press the follow button, you can keep me from being thrown into the orphanage. And if anyone can subscribe to this program for £5, for £5, I can buy a third bean, which I'll slice into these paper-thin slices to feed me brother who has rickets. Can you spare a tuppence to keep me from the workhouse? I'm going to be thrown into the debtor's prison. If people don't subscribe to this program, I'll be thrown into the debtor's prison. To the workhouse. A fellow Brit, what an interesting accent. Where's that from? Dimblemescaliscasire? Yes. It's from exactly there to that place that I'm not going to attempt to pronounce again. I've got a touch of the blood lung. And I can only be cured by people subscribing or using their Amazon Prime subscription to convert to a Twitch Prime sub. In only 45 seconds, if I don't raise a few more subscriptions, me brother will succumb to his illness, the rickets. I might be able to go down to the docks and nick an orange from one of the dock workers for some precious vitamin C. We don't see sunlight. That's more vitamin D, but I have non-education because of my Victorian upbringing. We don't see the sun because we're sweeping the chimneys all day, innit? I have a bean parasite from the thin sliced beans. The schoolmaster will cane me ever so badly. Oh, this is really one of those moments where I imagine one of my neighbors like walking down the hall just being like, what the fuck? You know? It's hard. It's hard not to. He's feeling poorly from all the bean slices. Oh. Well, that was funny. Thanks everyone for supporting the show. Thank you. I'm going to be here until later, so hopefully I think I can make the number go up a little bit more. Wow, this neighbor has a very specific fetish. Yeah, exactly. He appears to be soliciting donations from an unseen audience using the accent of a famished Victorian child. Are you keeping an impoverished British boy in there, sir? Not sure how much the Raiders like that. I gotta say, didn't get a lot of new followers from that. I think a lot of people were maybe a little alarmed, definitely a little alienated. The bean parasite community. This is the lack of respect that the bean parasite community has shown on here. You know what hurts the most is the lack of respect. I mean, I guess Majority Report viewers just want suffering 19th century British orphans dead. I mean, that's the only conclusion. That's the only conclusion that I can think of. Rob needs more tuppence for a hype steam-powered locomotive. That's my main way of doing that British accent. If you do the child's accent or whatever, but you make everything sound like you're asking a question. That's what happens when sometimes you walk into the middle of a gathering of friends and definitely not a cult. I mean, it says right below me that it is clearly not a cult or a pyramid scheme, so I don't see what the issue is personally. But I just made Kool-Aid. That's alright. That's alright. I should just do the stream in character now for the rest of the day. Can I make it till 6 PM Eastern? Exclusively talking like this? If I go down too, it's like... Hello? Hello, mister? This is so stupid. I imagine one of these guys that hate me is probably tuning in. One of these like right-wing guys that's mad that I made fun of the like red-bearded folk anti-welfare guy. They're tuning in to come and yell at me. They're just like, what the fuck? What is this? We like to have fun here. It's okay, I can donate me eyes if we don't reach the goal. I knew he was an NPC, called it, dude. They really do not like when you do that. It's really funny, the NPC thing. It's really funny. They got really upset by this. The mature debate the debate to per people.
Please no politics during the fetish segment.
Thank you, Goat's Head. Thank you for the 20 months of tier 1. Thank you for that. Conservative slowly closing their laptop, deciding that harassing you is unnecessary after seeing the chimney sweep bit. Oh, man. I came on here to call this guy fat, to call this guy a fat slob, and he seems like he's a malnourished child. I somehow made some kind of mistake here. Oh, man. That was really something else. I think I might just want to get a little beverage, folks.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Thank you, Mac. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the 100 friend coin. Go ahead, pickpocket me. That's how I lure you in. I lure you in, and then I snatch it. I snatch that friend coin away. Is there a machine or test I can purchase to test my seed oil levels? The seed oil thing is very funny. Man, Ash Ketchum got old. That's how it works. He's been out there catching Pokemon for a long time now. Years. Bezos is Fagin in that scenario. That's so true. That's another thing my kid is randomly obsessed with. He loves Oliver Twist. Oh man. So yeah, maybe I'll just take a little 5-minute break, folks. Now that I think now that it's almost 2 hours into this thing, we raised a couple subs. We made the number go up a little bit. We talked about random nostalgia. I did a stupid character for like literally 20 fucking minutes. a new character that I'm workshopping, the famished, malnourished chimney sweep character. So maybe now I'll take just a short break and we can come back and we can talk about this bullshit that I intended to get into. I'm glad you enjoyed the bit, folks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We do like to have fun on here, don't we? It can't just be all doom and gloom, right? It can't just be all serious business all the time. No one who'd watch that. It really does seem like the main thing that people tune into this program for is to me like do silly dances and do this kind of weird shit. And so we are transported as if by a time machine to Victorian England by that sonic shapeshifter, Rob Rousseau. I mean, I know James Ed Smith is one of the chatters that can attest to my seamless ability to instantly mimic any culture around the world, except the really problematic ones. I don't do those, obviously. Especially the South as well. The southern United States. Everyone loves that. Everyone in the community loves when I do that with 100% accuracy. Exactly. No, not cultures that are problematic, but it's problematic when you imitate them, though. You know, I don't do those ones. Hog Rob is my favorite rib. That's right. I've been doing that with my son lately as well. I say, okay, good, buddy. All right, buddy. Red, particularly Red Scary as well, of course. That's who I was referring to. Loves the southern accent. And I believe Red Scary thought that I was southern for a while because I was so effortlessly able to do that, and then was surprised and shocked when I unveiled my true accent. No, I did not go over the beefs. I saw a Canadian maybe sit this one out tweet in your White Singer thread. Of course, you couldn't have a good old fashioned Rob pylon without one of those. Without at least one or two of those. That's the thing. Telling me that I'm Canadian and that I'm not allowed to have opinions on anything that happens in the United States. That's the main subject that crosses all political boundaries. It unites all of America. You think America's a very divided nation. You know, there's one thing that brings people together across the class divide, the culture divide, across the ideological spectrum, is the one thing that they can really agree on. They're like, "Fuck, shut up, man. Get out of here. Stop talking about this stuff." That's the one thing that they can all come together and agree on. It's like that meme of like the Confederate guy and the inner city guy, the one thing the establishment hates. This is the one thing people in America, across America, can agree upon, which is that I should never be commenting on any of these affairs.
To mark up the size of the account.
He's got a 2-day head start on your stream, which is more than he needs. Rob's got friends in every town and village from here to the Sudan. He speaks a dozen languages, knows every local custom. He'll blend in, disappear, you'll never see him again. With any luck.
Oh no, got cut off. With any luck, he's got the sub goal already. That's maybe like one of the funniest bits in any Spielberg movie. Like it's by far the funniest bit in any Indiana Jones movie. It's so great. It just pops me every single time. The seriousness with which Harrison Ford is giving that little speech, the smash cut to Marcus Brody, fuck, it's just fantastic every single time. Every single time. Gets me.
Dr. Schneider, there are pages torn out of this.
This book contained a map with no names. Precise directions from the unknown city to the secret canyon of the Crescent Moon.
So it did.
Where are these missing pages, this map? We must have these pages back.
You're wasting your breath. He won't tell us. And he doesn't have to. It's perfectly obvious where the pages are. He's given them to Marcus Brody.
Marcus? You didn't drag poor Marcus along, did you? He's not up to the challenge.
He sticks out like a sore thumb. We'll find him.
The hell you will. He's got a 2-day head start on you, which is more than he needs. Brody's got friends in every town and village from here to the Sudan. He speaks a dozen languages, knows every local custom. He'll blend in, disappear. You'll never see him again. With any luck, he's got the grail already.
Does anyone here speak English? Or even ancient Greek? Water, no, thank you, sir. No, fish make love in it. Oh, my goodness me, thank you so much. No, I don't thank you. No, I really don't want it. Thank you very much. No, thank you, madam. I'm a vegetarian. Does anyone understand a word I'm saying here?
It should have been the last one. The fish make love in it. That's a really underrated thing. Like you don't even notice that if you're not paying attention. Water, no thank you. Fish make love in it. That's so fucking weird. Such a weird thing to say. Man. Pops me every time. Every time. Look how serious Harrison Ford is. Look how serious when he's giving that monologue. He totally sells it. He totally sells it. I wanted to see Dial of Destiny, Doc. I just never really got around to it. I don't even think it's in theaters anymore because it kind of flopped. And Crystal Skull is on. I just don't think it's on the same level of quality. That's why people say it's really bad, just because the original trilogy is so great. Even the very problematic second one is still pretty worthwhile. But there's enough annoying shit in Crystal Skull that really drags it down. Even Shia LaBeouf is not that bad in it, but the vine swinging, the bad CGI, there's a couple of really shitty aspects to it. He'll blend in, disappear. That never gets old. I've been watching that scene since 1989. I laugh every single time. Okay, now we're 2 hours in. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, all right? Don't go anywhere, please. I'll go for just a few moments. Give me 5 minutes. I'll go to the bathroom, get some water or something. I'll be back, and then we'll get into the beef update. It's not even a beef update. We'll just talk about this stupid bullshit that happened with this country guy, whatever it is. I don't know. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, don't be sad. No one needs to be sad. I'll be back very soon. The Catalepsy Kills is aching to use the TRRS emotes and can't. In case anyone wants to help out our friend Catalepsy Kills. Okay. I'll be back in a moment.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hey, I'm back. Crad Babes, thanks for gifting a sub to Kijiji Genie, and thank you Kijiji Genie for gifting a sub to Catalepsy Kills. Thank you to you both. Thank you. See, I wasn't gone long. I wasn't gone too long. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about, friends. Hi, back. I'm Doc Hollywood. Brian was a little worried. Chin chin, everyone. I got some fresh bubblies here. Got an orange bubbly. Oh, that's refreshing. I had a couple olives too. I have a whole big lunch that I could have at any time, and I'm still not that hungry. I had McDonald's breakfast today. Just munched on a couple of olives during that little break there. I feel okay with that. Ms. Squatch made some pancakes. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Kijiji Genie's got a strawberry bubbly. That's a good one. I wasn't expecting to like the strawberry that much, but I did enjoy it. Single girl dinner, that's right. A bunch of olives and a bubbly. I usually go with pineapple or grapefruit. I got pineapple in the fridge as well. I got a pretty good beverage loadout right now in the fridge. Handful of olives are a top tier quick snack. Absolutely, yeah. Brian had Hardee's breakfast. I don't know that I've ever been to Hardee's before. I don't even know if they exist here. I would go to Waffle House a lot more as well if there was a Waffle House around, but there isn't. What about Carl's Jr.? No Carl's Jr. either. No. We slowly make the crepe type pancakes here, but the cafes have begun to make the thicker American pancakes. They're good too. What's the one you make in like a skillet in the oven? Is like a Dutch baby? Is that it? A Dutch baby kind of pancake? Those look fucking... I've always really wanted to make one of those. They look fantastic. But I've never had one. I'd like to try that sometime. Is that what it's called, or am I making that up? I don't think I'm making it up. A Dutch baby. Am I making that up? No, I'm not. No, that's a thing. A Dutch baby pancake. Sometimes called a German pancake, a Bismarck, a Dutch puff, a hooligan, or a hootenanny. It's also called a hootenanny. I'm craving a nice hootenanny right now. I don't know about you. I could go for a good old hootenanny. Pancake House in Portland rocks a great Dutch baby. I would like to try one of those. You get the powdered sugar and some fruit stuff going on in there. A hootenanny? It's not even 4:20. What, can I please have a hootenanny? I know it's early, but I've stayed up for 48 straight hours cleaning the chimney. I was trapped in a chimney for an entire day, and all I could eat were the ash trimmings from the inside. I survived off rainwater and ash trimmings. Is that like an extra thick, fluffy pancake? Yeah, I think you make it in like a skillet and it's like it puffs up. It's like a really puffy pancake. And yeah, I think you can put whatever you want in there. You can put sauce, you can put like a fruit kind of compote. Or just fresh fruit. Syrup. Probably if you want to get really crazy, maybe a little whipped cream on there. Some powdered sugar. I have some pretty puffy cakes myself. Same. Big mood. Big mood. Hootenannies were invented in Hootenannyshire on Tweed. It's actually South Hootenannyshire on Tweed. We don't fuck with those northern Hootenanny on Tweed types. We don't mention them. It's pronounced Hootenshire. I just want to eat bangers and mash in a hobbit hole. No, I can't stop talking like that now. I can't stop talking like that. It becomes addictive. It becomes addictive to use that voice. Stirring up British conflicts. It's true. Okay, so now I'm really just thinking about a title for this segment. I'm going to, I don't know, maybe this is going to lead to like some kind of influx of trolls or something. I don't know if there's people still paying attention to me or if they've moved on. I mean, it's been an entire day, so usually their attention is probably on some other thing. They found a trans person existing somewhere and are mad about that now, so they probably moved away from targeted harassing me, but I am going to like tweet that I'm live and show that I'm talking about this song. So it could, in theory, attract some weirdos, but I'm not really expecting anything. I'm not really expecting too much out of that, but I do need to come up with a segment title. Getting my fudge rounds ready. I should have bought it as a prop. I could have bought some fudge rounds to munch on. Cash the social security check, go pick up the fudge rounds, and then spend the last $5 on a sub. We can destroy all the trolls with our keen British witticisms. Our keen British witticisms. This feels too formal to me. This feels too formal. This feels too academic. That's a little better. Here's the man himself. 9.7 million views from 5 days ago. This machine licks boots. That's pretty good as well. That is pretty good as well, I must admit. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh no. Oh. Oh no, that's no good. Oh no. Oh no. No. He's like if Woody Guthrie sang about bootstraps and the Northern War of Aggression. Yeah, this is the whole thing. Like, this is the whole thing. Like, there's this whole country folk tradition of like really like great class politics and really like inspiring and angry and radical ideas, right? Like, if you don't give me a raise, I'll fucking kill my boss. That's like a country song from decades ago. You know? If you hire a scab later, I'll bury you 6 feet in the ground. Like, you know, that kind of stuff. And there's exactly, there still is. Those guys are around. That's what people are asking. Like, who's the left's answer to this? Who's the left's answer to this? There's millions of people with left-wing politics doing that exact thing right now at this exact moment. So... Oh man, now I have to make this the screenshot that I'm doing. Hold on. No, that's not good. I'm looking in the other direction. Okay. It's okay, hold on. So let's see. Like, again, I don't know if this is going to attract any weirdos. We will see. Maybe one or two might mosey on in here. We will see. Okay. Here's what I went with. Let's see. Let's see if this brings anyone in here to this. That is really quite an image. So where to even begin with this? I guess we can just look at the song. I've seen the clips of the song. I haven't listened to the whole thing from front to back. And again, though, I would like to reiterate, like when I first saw this clip, I think the first person I saw sharing this online was, I think it was Matt Chrisman from Chapo Trap House, who was kind of making fun of it. And in the clip, I was thinking, like, is he being too harsh here? Like, did you see the clip I sent? Oh fuck. Yeah, okay. The James Urbaniak thing. Let's see the song that everyone's talking about.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hello, Zach. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid, Zach. I appreciate it. How was the Zach stream today? I hope it was great. Thanks for joining. I just caused a bit of a kerfuffle. Online when I made fun of this fine gentleman and his song. Let's hear this version first, the James Urbaniak response.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
She loves me so, and this I know for sure. And by does she really wanna, but can't stand to see me walk out the door. I can't stand to fight this feeling, cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Well, thank God for Mom and Dad for sticking two together, cause they don't know how. Hey, hey, whoa, hey, hey,
I've actually, like, that's funny that you sent that, Lucid, because like I've enjoyed doing my that's one song that I sometimes play on acoustic. I really do enjoy doing an acoustic cover of Hey Ya. I think I love that song. That song, just like before we get going here, that song, I think it's an amazing accomplishment. Like that song, I don't know, it still sounds like it came out in the future. You know, you still listen to that. It's coming up on 20 years old. And it still sounds like it came out in like 2050. Remember Joe Rogan and the Sex at Dawn guy crying over that cover song? No, I did not. No, I've never seen that. Of course, Joe Rogan is jumping on board this guy's train as well. Yeah. White people do need to be stopped. I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that sentiment. Joe Rogan probably cries a lot in private. It's true. Okay, so when I first saw this clip, I think it was Matt Chrisman that was sharing it from Chapo Trap House, and he was kind of making fun of it. And I was kind of like, I wasn't sure if people were being too harsh. I think he was talking about like the soyification of the phenomenon or whatever. And because that's my whole thing is like, I don't hate this kind of style of music. I don't think this guy's untalented. And when you listen to the kind of out of context clip where he's talking about like working overtime hours for bullshit pay or whatever, you kind of get the feeling that it is one of those kind of old style Southern sort of folk protesty lefty kind of songs. Like at first, that's kind of what I thought this was. And I thought people were being kind of mean. And it wasn't really until I started actually looking at the next verse where he gets into the fucked up reactionary stuff is that I was like, oh, okay, this is really shitty. Yeah, this is really bad. This song, this is like kind of, if you're not paying attention, can trick you into thinking that it has decent class politics. But when you actually get into the song, it does not. And then you're seeing all these like Daily Wire guys and just the worst people, these big right-wing dipshits sharing it and talking about its authenticity. And then it's like, okay, I see what's going on here. It's pretty clear what's going on. Some memo went out in the group chat or the listserv or whatever to be like, yeah, this is the next thing that we got to promote here. It's great that right-wingers are finally getting into Mumford & Sons 10 years later. It's like, we've already been through this. Exactly. They're so late to all these trends. They're just getting into this guy and IPAs and this kind of stuff. The sensitive, soulful racism. But I'm just using that as a disclaimer to say, like, I don't think this guy's, like, untalented. I saw a lot of people saying, like, he's bad, he can't sing, he can't play guitar, you shouldn't play guitar with a capo on the fifth fret. I don't think so. You know, if this song actually had good class politics, I would probably like it. Maybe I wouldn't think it was the fucking best thing ever, like some of these people do. But I just wouldn't hate it. But it's really when I started paying attention to what the lyrics were and who was the people that were sharing it and the way it was getting fed into this like right-wing culture war outrage machine, that I was like, okay, this is obvious. It's pretty clear what's going on here, which they just did a few weeks ago with the try this in a small town kind of bullshit. People are obsessed with where the capo is. Put a capo on the fifth fret. That's fine. There's no problem with doing that. I like a little capo action sometimes, you know, that's nice. It's nice to do. In fact, when I recorded my own working class anthem a couple weeks ago, there's a capo, not on the fifth fret, but I think it's on the second fret. That's kind of the funny thing. I didn't want to do this because I'm shy about my own music, but like when people are like, oh, I'd like to see you write a better song, it's like, well, I have and did. I wrote my own working class anthem that's superior to this a few weeks ago, actually. But I didn't promote that because I was shy. And I know that, like, even though I like the song and I'm very proud of it, I know if I shared it to try and own these right-wingers, they would just say mean and hurtful things to me, which I don't really have any interest in. But my song Work that I wrote a couple weeks ago is a superior class anthem. Working class anthem, if you ask me. Okay, I'm biased because it's me, obviously, but I do find it better. Anyways, let's actually look at this. Okay, I don't think I've looked at this whole thing from beginning to end. So we can look at that and we can talk about the sort of class politics of it. We can take a look at my tweet and some of the responses to it as well. Here we go. Here's the guy. Here's the guy that's setting the nation on fire. This astroturfed folk protest song about how tax money is going to lazy, fat welfare recipients. Those classic country western themes that we all remember.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, cause the rich men.
I think at this point, it's like, okay, yeah, this has got a kind of a decent working class message. You know, if you're upset or aggrieved about how, you know, life for the average person, the average working person has continued to deteriorate, their material conditions have continued to deteriorate, of course you should be calling out the rich and the powerful and the wealthy for that. You know, that makes sense. I get it. Here's where it veers into that tricky territory, though.
I wish politicians would look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds, young man.
Come on, man. Come on. Is this guy fucking kidding me? First of all, the fat shaming. I'm sorry. The fat shaming from this guy. Excuse me, sir. I think maybe you might have had a few too many bags of fudge rounds yourself. Not that there's anything wrong with that. As many people pointed out this weekend, little rotund myself, little out of shape. Yeah, I'm 40 years old. I had a kid. I don't exercise very much. Yeah, okay, sure. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm not going to go write a song complaining about we love fudge rounds. Delicious. You know? Yeah, it falls off a pretty steep cliff in the second verse. And it's just truly amazing. And I had seen the lyric written down, and I actually had been holding off on watching the actual performance until now. And it's worse than I imagined. It is worse than I imagined. But yeah, sorry, the fat shaming from this guy I think is a little bit much. It's a little bit much. And, you know, there's the reference to, like, Epstein Island as well. And it's unfortunate because, like, the Epstein thing is really, like, a important and vital look into, like, how power works in America and the trafficking and fucked up things that these wealthy and powerful people are up to, which is something that I happen to agree with.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Fudge Rounds Fund.
Thank you, Bleep Lord, for the 200 friend coin, which I will use to purchase some fudge rounds. But now the whole Epstein thing has now just become a symbol for, like, it's become like a dog whistle for, like, the Save the Children QAnon bullshit. Like, it's like lost all meaning, because anyone that's referencing that now, like they're referencing in that song, they're not actually interested in, like, holding any of these people accountable. You're totally just interested in, like, promoting this conspiracy idea that, like, Hillary Clinton loves to cut off children's faces and put them on her own face, you know? Which I'm not even denying. I don't even know if that's false, you know? I don't know that it's true, certainly. I don't want to make any allegations that I don't know are true. I wouldn't rule it out. But it's not a partisan thing, you know? It's not a partisan thing. Especially consider when you look at people in the U.S. government that have been deeply implicated into, like, sex abuse and child sex trafficking, and how many of them are from the fucking Republican Party. So that's what I mean. It's like, that's not even something that I disagree with, but the idea that Epstein or whatever, you know, child sex abuse is some kind of partisan thing that's only, like, liberals and Democrats and these Northerners, of course. Oh no, certainly no one south of Richmond would ever participate in any of that tomfoolery, any of that unfortunate behavior. Oh no, of course not. God, that is really bad. And is that true, Lucid? You said that as well, and you live in Virginia as well, which is interesting also. So it hits close to home. It's weird that he doesn't do that lyric in front of the crowds they put him in front of. That is interesting. I didn't watch the live thing. I was planning on looking at that next. That's very interesting. It is neo-Confederate bullshit. Yeah, it's all the carpetbaggers. That's our problem. The carpetbaggers. They've taken everything. They took away all our mining jobs. And they took the money from the mining jobs and they give it to out-of-shape welfare recipients who are, like, let's be clear here, it's a dog whistle for black people. I know I saw even people pushing back on that. He's just talking about people on welfare or playing dumb, like there hasn't been this conservative trope now for like 30 years about welfare queens. Do you have pro-Confederate Canadians? Actually, yes, we do. Yes. Some of the most confused and saddest people you can possibly imagine. The Albertans with the Confederate flag. It's really something else, but yes, we do. And I'm sure the people in Alberta are eating this shit up as well. The Albertan lost causers. That's right. Yeah. That does indeed exist. It is a very weird brain. We must study these people's brains. I'm sure this is going over great in Alberta, actually, this kind of stuff. The south of Canada will rise again. Rah! That's right. But yeah, like, let's interrogate that. Oh, fucking, should we just watch the end? I don't know. But I mean, we will. But I think that's the number one thing. You're talking about, first, I wish some of these rich people would look out for miners, the mining communities of the South. But like, what happened to those mining communities? You know? If you're actually like going to ask that question seriously and ask about working class people, like in the American South or everywhere, and what happened to them, these deindustrialized places in the South, whose fault is that? I don't doubt, actually, that there are wealthy northern politicians that are engaged in that as well. You know who else gleefully participated in that mass deindustrialization? The fucking owners of these mining companies. And the wealthy people south of Richmond that were more than happy to deindustrialize all these neighborhoods and have been treating these exact people like shit, like dirt for now generations. It's not the people that are on food stamps. They had nothing to do with the deindustrialization of these regions. They had nothing to do with the plight of working class mining communities in like Appalachia or wherever. They have nothing to do with it. You know, that is the worst reactionary class politics, when you're just complaining about your being taxed. You're complaining about my taxes are too damn high because of not the rich men north of Richmond, but the people that have nothing, the people that have even less than me, the people that are on food stamps and they're buying fucking cookies with their food stamps. That's that whole reactionary politics as well, right? Not only are people on food stamps and taking away hardworking farmers like me who survive off of government subsidies as well, significantly more than anyone that's on food stamps or welfare. But not only they're on food stamps, but they have to eat dirt with that food stamps. They can't get fast food. They can't get chips or cookies, or they can't do anything that makes them happy. If they're going to get paid on taxpayer dime, they have to eat shit all the time, right? They're using their SNAP benefits to buy lobsters. They're lobsters and fudge rounds. You know, that's a weird thing in and of itself. Like, poor people deserve to eat cookies if they want to eat cookies once in a while. There's already all these fucking horrific, rules that go along with people getting SNAP benefits in the United States, where they can't go to like Costco and get a rotisserie chicken, you know, because that's hot food. You can't buy any of that shit after you've been working, which is another thing that these people don't seem to understand. Many of the people that are on food stamps and SNAP benefits have jobs. In fact, many of them have jobs for some of the most wealthiest corporations in the world, such as Walmart. And these SNAP benefits are basically subsidies to Walmart so they can pay their employees as little as possible. Perhaps you should write a song that talks a little bit about that, you know? Maybe you can talk about that. But then, so then when you're on these SNAP benefits, even after you've been working for 9 fucking hours at Walmart or wherever it is, you can't just stop at McDonald's on the way home because you're bone tired from working all the fucking day. No. You've got to go and you've got to buy, like, you can't buy junk food. You can't buy bad stuff. You've got to go and buy fresh ingredients and stuff to cook for yourself, to cook healthy meals for yourself. You know? Which are famously significantly more expensive than fast food and rotisserie chickens and, yes, even fudge rounds. Even fudge rounds are significantly cheaper than like fresh ingredients that you've then got to go home and prepare for yourself or however many kids you got to feed as well. If you let the people on welfare eat cookies, the terrorists win. God, that second verse is real bad. Like, I'd only read the words. It is really, really bad, like, to actually see it. Doing that, like, that angsty, southern, yearning voice. Complaining about, specifically, let's go back here. Specifically complaining about the BMI, right? It's not just that their people are fat, but they're a certain height as well. Like, why do you care about this? No convenience, only struggle. That's right. Let's hear this again. This is so bizarre.
Folks in the street ain't got nothing to eat, and the whole beast milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds.
Like, what the fuck? You know, if you're 5'9" and 300, well, that's one thing. But this is really bad, though. You know? And this is what these conservatives now are just defending to the fucking death. Because I and others have mildly made fun of this motherfucker. They're just like, I'll kill you. Why is he adding an H to everything? I don't know. I think is that like a Southern thing? I don't know. The what's are milking welfare. The obese are milking welfare. And that's why that's why the Appalachian area in the United States is deindustrialized. That's why all these mining communities are hurting. Because there's people that are 5'3" and 300 pounds eating fudge rounds. Yeah, Mr. Slim. This is what I mean. Mr. Slim over here. Jesus Christ. The fat shaming from this guy. It would be like if this guy was like, you know what I hate? It's people that have brown hair and a red beard. It's like, that's you, sir. That's what you look like. You know, I don't... You know? He's so just red in the face yelling about it. I know he's really upset. And it's tapped into something in the conservative psyche because this is what they all believe. This is the whole fundamental thing about like the sort of puritanism that animates America, where it's all like, they're all getting subsidies. Even many of them are on welfare himself, but it's everyone else. Like, I'm on welfare, but I work hard. Everyone else that works here, that's on welfare, black people, they're just sitting around having 20 kids and buying Cadillacs and cookies and cigarettes or whatever the fucking like stereotype is. That's it, isn't it? It's the complete lack of social solidarity with anybody. Where it's like, yeah, of course I can take government subsidies if I'm a farmer, which farmers do take significantly more government subsidies than anybody that's on SNAP benefits or food stamps or whatever it is. But it's everyone else that's the problem, though. You see, I work hard. Everyone else that's getting food stamps, they're just lazy, sitting around all day. Going to immigrants, it's going to, black people. They're the ones that are abusing the system, not like hard-working white farmers like me, you see. God, that's really bad. We can watch the rest of this shit now.
Taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds, young folks in the street.
I gotta hear it one more time.
And the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down.
You're kicking people that are like lower than you, sir. Jesus Christ. He really thinks he's cooking. And the funniest thing as well is that there's the MAGA communists as well. The MAGA communists have latched to this guy as well. He's spreading class consciousness. These online ultra leftists, they're just mad that someone's spreading class consciousness. That's not them. This is the average person. And that gets into the whole thing of like who's working class and who's not. Of course, this little guy who's got some farm on farm subsidies, singing this country music song or is yelling about this stuff, he's working class. But someone in a Starbucks or that works at McDonald's or in the service industry, they're not working class. Someone that's on welfare, food stamps, obviously they're not working class as well. Oh, yeah, the fat socks jumped right on it, of course. Even Midwestern Marks, who I was still trying to hold out some hope for. Yeah, and instead of, they're speaking to the masses, like while they're welfare, just shaming people on welfare. That's a real class consciousness that he's spreading. That's it, Norm. It's completely bullshit, fake class consciousness. blaming rich people in verse 1, and then spends the rest of the song kicking poor people. Literally complaining about tax money going to buy cookies for out-of-shape welfare recipients. That's your big, like, class consciousness that's being spread. No wonder that it's being shared by all these Daily Wire fuckheads, you know? Because they all agree with this. It's duped some genuine socialists as well. Thankfully, the Internationalist magazine deleted their tweet. Well, that's the out-of-context first verse I think can get you. Where it doesn't seem so bad. You know? But this is that second verse really, like, the second verse plus who's sharing it and the way it's clearly being fed into this right-wing culture war machine. Should anyone that has a fucking brain should be able to see what's going on. Even Jack Posobiec dunked on Haz for this. I mean, dude, it sums up the entire how fucking stupid the patriotic socialist movement is. All these guys are like, this guy's a real communist and he doesn't know it. Meanwhile, I'm like, hey, this shit sucks. And all the people that love this are like, fuck you, communist. It's like, yeah, good. Keep trying to reach out to those people. Any day now, they're going to join the Communist Party of the USA and they're going to get on board with this. Two verses about pedophiles and fat welfare recipients. A real class analysis. That's right. That's what they want to see. Oh, let's get through the rest of this thing. It is worse than I imagined. It's not even good. How do I sing along with this as a proletarian anthem? Again, like, maybe I'm basic. I would probably like this if it had actual good class politics. I probably would, but it does not.
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is.
It's all AstroTurf, just like Sound of Freedom, which of course is like basically a dog whistle to the Sound of Freedom people in this as well, right? Just like every fascist dog shit book that tops the bestseller list, right-wing orgs buy tickets, books, etc. to get them to the top of the charts and then give them away if they can even do that. For sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Living in the new world with an old soul.
Yeah, if you had an old soul, maybe you'd actually write a decent song that blamed the people that it should be blamed.
You do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, cause the rich men, north of Richmond.
Of course, yeah, the rich men south of Richmond had nothing to do with that, obviously. Even snuck a the wrong generation line in there, for sure, yeah, exactly. Yeah. How old of a soul? Like 19th century plantation old? Yeah. I think about that old.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
What do the people on fucking welfare have to do with your bullshit pay and not working overtime hours? You know, it's like there's some states in the United States of America where you get paid time and a half for working overtime. Even in some of these like liberal hell states that you complain so much about. If you move to California, you actually get paid pretty well if you work overtime. I've been twerking all day. Yeah. Thank you, rich Southern masters. Again, and like, that's it. When you're complaining about mining communities, specifically, he references mining communities while he's doing his like Epstein, like save the children wink there, you know? While not actually taking any moment in this song to point the finger at who has been responsible. for the plight of these mining communities. You know who's been trying to help mining communities for decades and decades and decades? Socialists. Union activists, which this man, I'm almost certain, would not ever support in a million fucking years. And neither have the rich men south of Richmond, who apparently are blameless in this whole situation, who don't, of course, want to raise the minimum wage, who don't want to expand benefits for people. And why would they? Because then this guy would just complain that the wrong people are getting all the benefits. Class-conscious bluegrass is so easy. Even class-conscious bluegrass that's against liberalism. Like Phil Oakes. If you hate the libs and you want to have class consciousness, you can listen to Phil Oakes and it's fucking, you're good. You're golden. Thanks for this, Lucid.
Well, it's not so easy now, though it never was back then. We still can't seem to work this out, but you can still pretend. And these tattered walls and burning bridges quickly start to fall. How long until there's nothing left at all? I've been to California, man, I've seen them city lights. Been stranded in the desert, scorching days and freezing nights. And I'll never understand why people try to walk so tall. How long until there's nothing left at all? Don't you love what you got used to? Where we used to feel so free. Won't you wait a while in silence, love? Watch it fall with me.
Yeah, that's significantly better. Like, for all the people that are like, what is the left's answer to this? What is the left's answer to this, man? Like, whoa, not this lady. That's not who I was referring to. It's like, there's plenty of answers. Or, I mean, even this song in the chat is a song that I would put up there. If you want to hear a modern kind of working class anthem, you know, I put a link in the chat that you could listen to as well. Although that's not really bluegrass, it's more Springsteen. It's more of a Springsteen, Nebraska kind of thing, but... Anyway, I wanted to look at my tweet about this. Anyone say anything mean here? That picture, that image is so cursed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Where is this? So listen, in this tweet, like, again, I was just referencing how astroturfed it is. And how it's like, this guy might as well just have the very politics shit. This guy may as well just have the politics of like the people that fund the Daily Wire. Like, he might as well just like say it, spell it out like that. And that's what I think is actually quite funny. Which is like, people got so mad at my fake lyrics, my jokey lyrics that I posted here. A straight white man ain't got nothing but hate. Please, Brenda, lower my boss's corporate tax rate. Them fracking regulations ain't nothing but red tape. Don't want to join a union, just want trickle-down economics put in place. The funny thing is that all the people that were getting mad about this, these are all policies that they agree with. Like, these are all economic policies that, to a person, they would all completely 100% agree with. Oh, he's being managed by a Blaze guy. Oh, what a shocker. What a shocker. And that's all. Like, I wasn't really expecting this tweet to get that much attention. That's all I was really pointing out, is that he's the lyrics that he's talking about here, he's expressing the exact politics of like the billionaire fracking dipshits that fund like the Daily Wire and all the people that are promoting this music, you know? Like they all agree with these economic policies, but oh boy, were people ever upset. Were people ever upset? And listen, I don't, there's 168 quote tweets of this. I can't give myself brain damage by looking at all these. And people were being very mean. People getting very personal with me about this. And like, yeah, I get it, folks. I'm a little rotund, all right? I got a dad bod. I agree. I'm okay with that, actually. I'm all right with that. But I can't give myself brain damage by looking at every single instance of people like mocking me or my weight or my facial hair. There's a lot of that as well. This is the thing I was talking about, like this lady, who's a Montreal girl who's I guess she's like my polar opposite, or well, my nemesis. She says woke cringe. Like it's okay, so it's woke cringe, not a good look anymore. It's woke cringe for me to pretend to do a joke about this guy just singing about bullshit libertarian class politics, which is what he was doing, right? I may be spelling it out a little bit more, but like, how is that woke? It's literally just like pointing out the absurdity of the class politics that are engaged in this song that they're all sharing and obsessing over, right? And it's what they all like, using the LGBTQ stuff to divide people. Talking about lowering corporate taxes, talking about fracking industry red tape, trickle down economics, and all these things. Lack of union, anti-union stuff. That's what all these people believe, right? That's what they all believe in. So I was just putting those words in this guy's mouth as a joke, and it's woke cringe. And boy, do they hate it! This is what I was laughing at before. When you do the NPC meme to them, all of a sudden, when you do the NPC meme. Oh boy. Ratio. Look at this guy. We're pathetic. This guy says ratio for Barabi. 0 likes. 0 likes on this attempted ratio. What is that? If you're going to do that, like call the ratio thing, do the Babe Ruth call your shot ratio thing, you better be prepared to like get a couple likes on there. We got 0 likes on this. Yeah, I'm going to like it, actually. That's a good idea. Here you go, buddy. There you go. There you go. How about that? You got one, Deacon. Good job. Good job. You did it. You did it, pal. But it's the very people, they all become Mr. fucking Mr. Civility. That was a good meme 6 years ago. You have no creativity or originality. The left can't meme. Yet also, look, if you'll see the ratio, I'm sorry to say to these people, I got 1,874 versus 1,004. Unfortunately, it seems like the people have spoken on this one. It seems like people do enjoy it. People did enjoy this comment. And these very people, when you use the NPC meme on them, it just enrages them. All of a sudden, they're Mr. fucking Civil, Mr. Enlightened Discourse. A lot of them using my profile picture, and I'm sorry, but I look cool in this picture. They keep using this to own me, and I put it as my profile picture specifically because I look like a cool dude. And they keep trying to own me. And I'm like, I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't know. I don't feel bad about it. I, in fact, feel pretty good about myself. Even my rotund body. Even that. I don't even hate that. They're just jealous of the drip. I think so too. This is good. Some guy had some long-winded like way of owning me. He's telling me how shitty of a person I am and whatever. And I said, you seem kind of mad. Sorry, my joke triggered your delicate sensibilities. This tweet is from an account that no longer exists. Unfortunately, that person was owned out of existence. I bet they've never been featured on a Fox News segment. I agree. I don't think they have either. That's just what's really funny to me, though. It's when you use the NPC meme and all of a sudden they're just like so upset by it. They're all telling me the left can't meme, and yet again, the people have spoken. The people have spoken. This guy says, you're the NPC, bro. You jokers didn't even know who he was until a day ago and have been programmed by the mainstream media to despise him with all your collective energy. And first of all, like, that's how time works. Yes, then he went viral because of all these right-wing dipshits sharing it, and we all became aware of this person. That's not really, like, abnormal. But, like, despising him. You despise him. You despise him with all your collective energy. Because I took 5 minutes out of my day, where I had a very lovely day, spending the day with my son, going swimming in the pool and hanging out and going to the park and enjoying my day. And I took literally 5 minutes to come up with some jokey lyrics to this, to make fun of this obviously astroturfed bullshit. You know? And the shitty class politics of this song. It's like, I'm not mad. I don't despise the guy. I'm actually quite calm. I'm quite calm, actually. And I don't actually really care. I just took a few moments out of my day to make fun of this annoying thing. And then I moved on with my life. Well, all these people, the not mad people, the non-NPCs, spent the entire next 24 hours desperately going through all my photos and saying every single mean and hurtful thing that they could think of because they're so pants-shittingly mad that I mildly poked fun at the shitty class politics of this song. But I'm the mad one. I'm the mad one who's like, who's all upset and despises this person and everything. I'm not mad. I'm laughing, actually, just desperately trying to dox me. Yeah, seriously. They can't fathom making a quick joke like that. It doesn't happen for them. Another thing as well is that people in my replies were like where they were like mixing it up with them. And then they assumed that I was part of some op or something because they can't fathom the idea because there are all these people that have blue checks and like 300 followers and no one cares about what they say. And then I had people like defending me in my replies to this tweet and they're like, what is this? What's going on? It's like, it's called having people that's like support you. I know it's a new thing to some of these folks to have people that will like defend you and support you. They're not used to this idea, but it's confusing for them. Why are they so mad? That's a great question, Matt. I actually don't know. Why are they so mad? Again, like I said, all these things that I'm making fun of in these lyrics are all things that these people, to a person, would all agree with. You know? Tax rates too high, fracking regulations, anti-union. They all love this shit. What are they so angry about? You know? I'm just I'm jokingly and correctly identifying the class politics that are part of this song. You know? They all agree with these policies. They're the kind of mad you get when you don't get the joke. Yeah. Did they go to high school with that guy? I don't know. Maybe. I even got a comment. I don't want to go into my DMs here. I don't want to go into my DMs, but I got this one from this guy. Let's see if they responded. Probably not. Rob, why are you better than the average person? I bet your shit don't stink. I heard from this guy. Derek not away. And it's like, at what point did I ever suggest that I'm better than the average person? It's because they see this guy, astroturfed farmer country guy, as an average person, but someone on welfare, someone on food stamps, they're not average. They're not working class. You know? Where did I ever suggest? In fact, I don't think I'm better than the average person. I think I'm worse. I've never suggested that. But for some reason, that's the conclusion that they drew from me doing these jokey lyrics about this guy advocating for like low corporate tax policy. They considered that DM worthy. Yes, they did. I got some really mean ones. I don't know. Again, like I don't get when people that I like or respect say mean things to me. I find that very hurtful. When these people are like lecturing me about how I look or like lecturing me about class politics, fucking conservatives lecturing me about class politics, it doesn't really impact me in any way. Guards Enjoyer says, this is exceptionally pussy as well. Because at Guards Enjoyer says, shave that disgusting mustache, you tubby fuck, and then immediately blocks me. Instantly blocks me. That's how fucking tough these guys are. In case you thought I was joking. Just respond with the picture of the EFF later. Well, I can't. This is me jokingly making fun of the shitty class politics of this song. I bet these conservatives all burly ginger kids at school. Probably, yeah. Probably. There's this guy, of course. See, this is nice, I find. You know, this is nice. He's giving me some health tips. You should worry more about your seed oil inflammation. Some of them weren't so bad. Some of them tried to give me some health tips to become more of a healthy person. Which that I respect. I respect that. And just for a little palate cleanser, I got this image of Macho Man Randy Savage. Or Macho King, I should say. This is when he was in the Macho King era with the crown. Which is just about as cool as anyone has ever looked. In my opinion. Can't wait for this guy's second song. I'm going to be with the jab and Bitcoin crashing. Absolutely. Absolutely. There was this guy. This guy tried to. This is like one of these. I think this is like an actual lefty guy that got pulled into this. This is like a patriotic socialist guy. Patriotism is good. He's a China appreciating American. Were the health tips accompanied by recommendations for their MLM nutritional supplements? I'm sure if I probed further, I'm sure that's where that would be going. I didn't ask any follow-up questions. Yeah, but this guy is like one of these patriotic socialist guy. I think he might live in China. He's a China appreciating American. Patriotism is good. Here's where you saw any tips for rickets. I need some more of those. Apparently I got to cut back on the seed oils. That's people's answers to everything. So this guy says the song is in part about how taxes are too high for regular people. And look at this guy I'll even say is trying to approach it in good faith. Look at this guy bending over backwards trying to justify the politics of this song. Because people on welfare are eating too much candy. And here's where the real replies came in. Like this guy, Eric, Blue Tick Eric, with 251 followers. Because the reason they have welfare is because they're terrible with money. Hence the fact that when they're told they can only buy food with the voucher, they buy the worst food and get fat. Surprise, surprise. So in case there was any confusion, right? If any of these patriotic socialists or misguided leftists like thought maybe there was good class politics, just look at what people are responding to it. Like, we can even look at like I don't know if it's Michael Knowles or Matt Walsh or whoever being like, you know what I like about this song? It's not even political. It's just authentic. And you have all the people in his mentions being like, no, it's political. It's political. And just like, it's really spelling it out. And again, as I pointed out before, talking specifically about food stamps and people that are on these kind of benefits, the majority of them have jobs and in fact work very hard at places like Walmart. And the whole food stamp system, like I was saying, is just a subsidy for the Walton family to justify paying their employees starvation wages, which debunks this whole like lazy welfare recipient thing in the first place. Government taking my dollar, just like Fauci making disease. It makes me want to holler. That's why I bought NFTs. Oh man, that's good. That's good. I like that. If enough people are on welfare for it to make a difference in your taxes, perhaps the problem is more systemic. Yeah, it is more systemic, and that's not the reason that people's taxes are too high anyways. You know? And that is the bullshit thing about this song, is that for a moment you might think that this guy is directing that kind of anger, and many people are completely justified in feeling that kind of anger. People are indeed struggling to get by. People are indeed getting ground into the dust by this economic system in the United States. And yes, the rich, including many rich people north of Richmond, are directly implicated in that. Couldn't agree more. But if they maybe spent the rest of that song aiming that and continuing to aim the anger in that direction, rather than then doing this weird reactionary shift and start shitting on not only poor people, but not only obese people, but short people as well, short kings. And as we know on this stream, we respect and admire our short kings, and there's nothing wrong with being 5'3". But like, that's not the reason. That's not the reason people are struggling. That is not the reason that people are struggling in this system, because too many people are on welfare. That has nothing to do with it. And these people don't want to accept that. And then this guy trying to like bend over backwards to justify this. Why is junk food cheaper than healthy food? And he says, well, this person says it certainly isn't the person on welfare's fault. And he says, yes, obviously they're a victim too. Taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. This line comes from a place of sympathy. Like, dude, fuck Quinn. Come on, sir. This comes from a place of sympathy. Quinn, it doesn't come from a place of sympathy. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Give me a break. Maybe the next one will be about rich people on campus. That's right. The woke college professors that want to create safe spaces. That's the reason that the struggling mining communities are having such a hard time. The next line is about how all this country does is keep on kicking them down. It's clear that cheap junk food is a part of that. Like, can this motherfucker hear himself? And first of all, this whole thing, all this country does is keep kicking them down. He's talking about the hardworking, overtaxed people that are paying for the fudge rounds. He's not talking about the welfare recipients. He's talking about the poor white man who works all day so his pay can be taxed for these lazy black wealth, which is alluded to, though not said specifically, welfare recipients and immigrants, etc. That's not what that line is talking about. It's clear that cheap junk food is a part of that. And I think if this generous interpretation was correct, it wouldn't be getting shared by all these Daily Wire guys and getting fed into the right-wing culture war machine. He said, my point is the Daily Wire guys are wrong. Quinn, do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself, Quinn? You guys are reacting to them, not the song on its own. And I think we've listened to the song, we reacted to the song, and I feel very comfortable in my analysis of it. Oliver Anthony himself said he sees himself in the center and not the left or right. Oh, okay. In that case, the guy says, I'm not one of these lefties or right-wing guys. I'm in the center. Oh, in that case, so let's just take him at his word then. We know that no one has ever used that excuse to justify their dog shit reactionary politics. I think you guys are willfully perpetuating the culture war machine too, they say. Sir. Quinn. Quinn, come on. Center, so he's a Democrat. 0% chance this Anthony Oliver guy or any of his fans or followers have voted for the Democratic Party ever in their lives. Let's be clear about that. They vote Republican. Yeah, he's managed by the guy from The Blaze. Yeah, he's for sure. He's right in the center. I'm something of a Tim Pool centrist. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he's going to be on Tim Pool next. Is it not interesting that this patriotic American never once mentioned throughout the entire song the endless wars that his country has been involved in, the wars that have torn families apart by sending brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers off to die at the behest of some rich men? Weird how he was only available to complain about taxes and those at the most desperate level in our society. Exactly. The ultimate welfare queens, the military-industrial complex. Maybe this guy should be thinking about that a little bit more, rather than someone who's buying fudge rounds with their food stamps. Perhaps the $900 billion annual defense budget has something to do with that. And your overtaxed, overworked population going into the endless money printing machine for these like weapons contractors, or the petroleum industry, the oil and gas industry, or farmers. I wonder how many fudge rounds taxes buy for Raytheon. Exactly. In the Raytheon cafeteria, you got a lot of fudge rounds. You have actual rounds of ammunition that are being loaded into weapons and being fired into human beings around the planet. Orb Lady, we're trying to be serious here, all right? We're trying to be serious. The fudge round industrial complex is just, what a joke. What an absolute joke. The completely dogshit reactionary class politics in this song are. I'm not saying washing my big ol' pussy on the stream. I'm not going to say those words on this stream, okay? And I can't be tricked into doing so. So just forget it. Anyway, this is just a stupid comment. This is a really stupid comment. I use it as a boundary. Thank you for respecting my boundary. Let me see if I can find one of the dumbest motherfuckers on the entire... not even not on Twitter, not in America, not in Canada, not in North America. One of the dumbest people on the entire planet replied to me on this, which I consider a compliment. When the dumbest reactionaries in the world quote tweet me on this. Conceptual James. I don't even know what this guy's talking about. This man is so stupid. Like, it can't be stressed enough. It cannot be stressed enough how dumb this man is, who claims to be some kind of expert on Marxism and literally does not know what he's talking about. He's got even less of an understanding of Marxism than Jordan Peterson does, if you can believe that. He says, this outpouring of expired leftist hate. By the way, notice how no one actually references the lyrics that I'm making fun of in this song, right? He just describes it as expired leftist hate, despite the fact that, again, I'm talking about economic policies in these jokey lyrics, which James Lindsay, Conceptual James, agrees with. Right? So they can't mention that. They can't mention that because that would upset their whole little, like, whatever discourse they're trying to create here. So just describing it as expired leftist hate. Again, not hate. I took 5 minutes to come up with these lyrics and fire off a joke tweet before I hung out with my son all day. He says, this outpouring of expired leftist hate will definitely not work against him and will only galvanize support around him, as it should, but there are other dangers. What does that mean? Does anyone even know what that means? But there are other dangers. Like, what is this guy talking about? I never even understand what this guy's talking about. This guy does do the Jordan Peterson thing where he uses all these, like, he uses this kind of language that stupid people think is smart because they don't understand it, but really just doesn't make sense. I would love for this guy to just acknowledge, though, the fake lyrics that I made up in this song and the fact that it's all just economic policies that he himself agrees with. I don't know if he had a follow-up. Oh, here's the same guy. The same guy's in here a couple times. They truly are the elite class. Yeah, that's me. That's me. I spend each and every day hawking subs on twitch.tv so Jeff Bezos can build another fucking extension onto his house with another 6 bathrooms in it. But it's me, the elite class, definitely. Not the guy that has this, like, obvious billionaire dark money thing funding his big viral country music thing. He pays for Twitter Blue, exactly. They truly are the elite class when you work 40 plus hours and still scraping by while people sit at home, complain, and get free food. That goes back to this, like, reactionary idea as well about welfare and food stamps and benefits, that they all think it's fucking great to be poor in America. Being poor, they think, according to these people, being poor in America is just fantastic. You just get everything handed to you. They've invented this fake America that exists only in their minds, where being poor is just this great thing. And you can just waltz across the border and you immediately sign up. You get a free house and a free phone and free car. And they're just giving you all kinds of free food and cookies and all kinds of stuff. They really do think that being poor in America is just fucking great. You just get to sit around all day and you get free stuff, free food. And they buy flat screen. They always say flat screen TVs. The poor. Not only are they buying Fudge-Rounds, they're buying flat screen TVs. Yeah, that's the only kind of TVs they make now. You know? They always say that flat screen, like, it makes it even more. They don't make the regular TVs anymore. You can't even get them. They only make the flat screen ones. They always say that. These free thinkers believe everything they see about the poor is on TV. That's right. Yeah. Healthcare is prohibitively expensive unless you need gender affirmation or something. Yeah, then they just give it to you for free. Definitely. 98.6% of poor households have a microwave. You had 4 burner ranges. Well, that's the other thing as well, which goes back to the kind of, like, Puritanism, the religious kind of Puritanism that animates a lot of these people. You know, if you're poor, you have to suffer. If you're going to get benefits, if you're going to get food stamp benefits, you better be eating dirt. You better be eating dirt and going home to your shack and just staring at a fucking wall all day. That's the only acceptable way of being poor and getting benefits to these people. No furniture, no TV, no furniture, no microwave, no stove. And I don't know if you have the stove, how are you going to cook the food which you can only get with your food stamp benefits? Because you can't get fast food or rotisserie chickens or anything. Your kids better not be your kids better not be smiling. Exactly. But me, again, who doesn't care about regular people, I happen to believe that if you're poor, you deserve to have nice things. I think if you're poor, you deserve to have kids that get an education. I deserve that your kids should have enough to eat. Like, I wonder how many of these people think the cool kids, working class and working poor kids, should get free school lunches. They're all against this shit. They're against raising the minimum wage for people that are working. People that work very, very hard at minimum wage jobs. People like Eric don't want them to make more money. When they say we deserve $15 an hour, they say, no, what are you talking about? You work at McDonald's. It's easy. You should be getting nothing. You should be getting $10 an hour, $8 an hour. Meanwhile, they've convinced themselves because they like this shitty song that they care about, like, people that are really struggling to get by. People that are working 40 plus hours and still scraping by. You know who people are working 40 plus hours are still scraping by? Are people that make $12 an hour. Or what's the minimum wage in America? It's not even $12 an hour. It's like $8.50. A lot of people that are working minimum wage would love to get $12 an hour. Those are the people that are working 40 hours a week and struggling to get by. You know what? Many of them are on food stamps as well, as I've been pointing out. Yes, $7.25. And the people like Eric and every motherfucker that has been sharing this guy's song, all these Daily Wire people, are 100% against increasing that minimum wage, which would help people, the very people that they're pretending to care about, would help them get by. The people that are working 40 hours a week or more often, because a lot of these folks are working multiple jobs. And these people are against that. And because of this dog shit song, they like to pretend, they can kind of cosplay and pretend that they care about people that are working their asses off and getting ground into dust. You know? Give me a fucking break. To a man, the right-wing media people that have been sharing this song do not agree with raising the minimum wage. And in fact, when people ask to raise the minimum wage or organize or protest about that, they call them lazy and entitled people. The actual, and this is a good point, Orb Lady, thank you. The actual minimum wage is $0 in the service industry, industrial farming, and labor camps. This is what pisses me off about this song, right? Because it allows all these right-wing people to pretend that they care about people that are struggling to get by in the United States of America, and they do not give a fuck about these people. That's what pisses me off about it. Yeah, and when he's talking about people sitting around getting free food, he means landlords and their bosses. Yeah, which is something that I kind of articulated in those jokey lyrics. Or gig workers, yes. Or waitresses and waiters get $2.13 plus tips. None of these people support raising that wage. None of them. Zero. Like literally zero. 0% of them. All the people that are sharing this song and pretending that they care about working people, struggling people. I started off not being mad and now I'm getting a little bit mad. All these people were like, you're so mad about this, and I wasn't, but now that I'm talking about it, I'm a bit mad. I must admit that I get mad. And I don't get mad at the song. I get mad at these people that are pretending to care about, they listen to this song and then they allow themselves to pretend that they care about working people that are struggling to get by. Where at every turn, they vote for politicians that don't want to support these people. They don't support unions. You know, if you care about mining communities, you should support unions in the mining communities. All these rich folk south of Richmond do not support unions and, in fact, spend billions of dollars on police to destroy unions and destroy the labor movement. Which socialists like you and I, Marxists like you and I, support. which would actually help the average person. Yeah, this guy, Eric, Mr. I really care about struggling people. Eric, Mr. Blue Check on Twitter. And if you pay for a blue check on Twitter, let's just acknowledge that you want to ride Elon Musk's dick. Like, let's just be honest about that. You really care about working people. When you like and love and want to give smooches to this billionaire fuckhead. Ephemeral Friends, thank you. Thank you for your comment about the fit. I've had enough people attacking my personal appearance lately that it's nice to hear these kind of comments. He says, not wanting jobless fat... This is how much they care about fucking the struggling people. Not wanting jobless fat people using up all our resources on our dime is basically fascism, right? What else? Is working a job like, oh my God, literally slavery? And yes, Eric, if you are working a job for 40 hours a week and getting paid $7.25 and you're not able to get by and you need to go on food stamps only to have fucking arrogant pieces of shit like this make fun of you for it, yes, actually. I agree. And you know what? I was willing to maybe imagine that this guy was just misguided or whatever. But then look at this shit. Yes, it's about the redheaded guy's song. Yes, it is. Here's his first show since going viral. Look how he starts it off.
It's crazy to me because I remember back in June I played here for about 20 people, and but that's the beautiful part of this country, though, is even an idiot like me can make something happen. So if I can do it, you can do it.
I agree with you there.
Before we start singing, and I mean we, because I hope y'all are going to be singing too.
What are you busting out here, sir?
Something I felt compelled to share with you. This is in Psalm 37, 12 through 20. The wicked plot against the righteous and gnash their teeth at them, but the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows their day is coming. The wicked draw the sword and bend the bow to bring down the poor and needy, to slay those whose ways are upright, but their swords will pierce their own hearts.
This guy, are you talking about yourself, sir? This is one of the, we started off this conversation talking about Christians totally misunderstanding the Bible. It looks like you're talking about yourself. What do you say? The wicked will do what to the poor and needy?
20. The wicked.
Oh shit! What did I do? What did I do? Oh god damn it! Functional website. Why does he keep working such shitty hours at such a shitty job? Shouldn't he just quit and get on that sweet benefits gravy train? Exactly, if it's so great.
12 through 20. The wicked plot against the righteous and gnash their teeth at them, but the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows their day is coming. The wicked draw the sword and bend the bow to bring down the poor and needy.
He's the one that's insulting the poor and needy in his this song.
But their swords will pierce their own hearts, and their bows will be broken. Better the little that have righteousness than the wealth of many wicked. For the power of the wicked will be broken, but the Lord upholds the righteous. The blameless spend their days under the Lord's care, and their inheritance will endure forever. In times of disaster, they will not wither. In days of famine, they will have plenty. But the wicked will perish. Though the Lord's enemies are like the flowers of the field, they will be consumed, and they will go up in smoke.
Yeah, Matt Walsh creaming his fucking pants right now. And he's talking about the poor and needy. The poor and needy, like welfare recipients? The people that have the absolute least, who you're fucking kicking in this very song. No, he said one who reads, why does he keep working such shitty hours at such a shitty job? Shouldn't he just quit and get on that sweet benefits gravy train? Well, that's it. If it's so fucking great being poor, what's the big problem then? If it's so fantastic, why are you at your shitty job? That's a good question. You know what I think is that if he thinks America's so shitty, just get out and move to another country. If he hates America so much because of the tax system and the people that are on welfare, you maybe move somewhere else. Move to like Afghanistan or something. You know, maybe you'll find a more tax system that more agrees with what your preferred policies are. They also sang the national anthem at this show as well, by the way. There was a rousing rendition of the national anthem as well. Fudge, I'm wanting more. Tell the world, tax the poor. Canada sent us too many right-wing assholes. It's time to return the favor. Exactly. This guy could go to Alberta. He'd be welcomed as a fucking hero. Yeah, I agree. We should. I'm not actually advocating that we send this man to Afghanistan. Afghanistan has suffered enough. Also, I don't think it's been mentioned how hard it is to get any actual government benefits. Despite qualifying, the government can and will do anything it can to not help you out. I know from experience. Well, that's what we're saying, Swamp Goth. As much as these people like to perpetuate this myth that being poor and on benefits is this great thing, it's just so easy. It's just so easy to be poor and just you get everything handed to him. It's the opposite of the actual reality of being poor in America. Look at Biden or Brandon, who these people hate so much. In that whole debt ceiling fight, agreed to like have work requirements for people that are on these SNAP benefits, which is just going to end up being some random bureaucracy that's going to just end up having people lose their benefits. Even Marxist China worshipping Brandon is kicking people off their SNAP benefits to appease these very people. It's not for whites, plus I don't want a handout. Well, that's the other thing, is that, like as we were saying, many of these people are indeed on handouts. Like if you're a farmer, for example. Not that farmers don't have a very important job. No one takes more handouts from the Uncle Sam than they do. Certainly not SNAP beneficiaries. Yeah, just asking if they want to switch places with folks on SNAP benefits. That's the ridiculous thing about all this, you know? It's so great to be poor in the United States of America. You just get everything handed to you. It's just a complete inversion of actual reality. FYI, your Twitter link here on your channel doesn't work because it starts with the Twitch URL. Okay, I don't totally understand what that means. But I will take a look at that. I'll take a look at the link and try and fix it. If I could just make no money, I'd be on Easy Street. Like, these people actually believe that. Turning neighbor against neighbor is the infrastructure of fascism. And you know what another hallmark of fascism is that I think is worth talking about in this moment is like this completely fake effort to like pretend that you're going after elites. You know, it's a completely fake and false critique of capitalism while simultaneously reinforcing the very status quo that you're pretending to complain about. It's this kind of false revolution. That's a hallmark of it, you know? This kind of reminds me of liberal elite journalists that attack salt-of-the-earth bureaucrats for past bouts of alcoholism. Yeah. I think if you're going to go and make out these outlandish claims about, UFOs and the U.S. government, maybe you should, if you've had these psychotic episodes in the past, that might be like worthwhile knowledge for people to have. I don't know. The elites are giving the handouts. That's their crime. And which elites, too? Again, he keeps talking about the rich men north of Richmond. But the rich men south of Richmond, curiously absent from that critique, who are significantly more implicated in the plight of these struggling communities, these deindustrialized communities, than welfare recipients who have just had their whatever social benefits that used to be in place in the United States have just been dwindling and dwindling over the decades since the Reagan era, since the New Deal kind of officially ended in the Reagan era. And even the benefits that were put in place during COVID, which changed millions of people's lives for the better, were subsequently taken away. I'm native, so they all think I'm getting a government check monthly or something. Yeah, that's right. And Timaeus testified. I mean, that's what it is, right? The people that have it the best in our society, in our settler colonialist society, the people that have it the best are natives, immigrants and refugees, people of color. They're the ones that are just getting this free ride, whereas white people are the real victims. Like, it's just the fact that people can actually like say that and not just burst into laughter at how completely absurd and literally the opposite of reality that it is, really makes me, I don't know. It just, like, I find it extremely fucking perplexing how anyone could ever go through life having this completely falsified version of reality. Yeah. I don't know. So should we continue with this? Should I move on from this now? This has been a pretty decent rant going on about this for about an hour and 45 minutes. I might have to stop because I actually worked myself into a shoot during this segment. I absolutely worked myself into a shoot. I was kind of very aloof and lighthearted and jokey at first, and then I became actually mad the more that I talked about it. Co-opted victimhood by the fascists makes my brain melt. It's fucking absurd, you know? Whereas, yeah, again, if you're a socialist, if you're a Marxist, or if you have these left values, you think that, yeah, work disaffected and deindustrialized communities in Appalachia or wherever else, along with immigrants and the poor, along with immigrants and refugees, along with indigenous people, along with, working class people, should all be coming together to direct our anger and our energy at the very wealthy that are oppressing all of us together. Instead of doing this bullshit where, like, I'm struggling to get by, I'm working hard to get by, and it's all these people below me. It's their fault. It's their fault for it. That's pathetic. If that's your fucking conclusion for why your life sucks and why you're miserable and why your shitty job isn't getting you ahead, you're a pathetic person. I have a good modern proverb. The comfiest hog oinks the loudest. I like that. That's good. James, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I hear what you're saying, but like, go into the comments of this and talk about the people that are supporting this, and like, ask yourself how you're going to like educate them about the real class politics. You know, most of the people that I was like that were getting mad at me about this were like, "Fuck you, communist," for calling out this obvious astroturf bullshit and these shitty reactionary class politics. What does TRRS stand for? I mean, it used to stand for the Rob Rousseau Show, and now I don't know. It's not even an acronym anymore. I don't think. Now it's just TRRS. That's just what the show is. Had to Google worked myself into a shoot. That's why you need wrestling terminology to really understand capitalism and America. It really helps. The Ravishing Rob Show. That's right. James, what's the point of anything? What's the point of getting mad at them? I don't know. There's no point. There's no point in getting mad, but I'm mad because it's fucking annoying and frustrating. And because thousands of these people, you know, not to take away anything from you, James, but like thousands of these people are sitting here calling me like fat and a piece of shit. So yeah, it does get me a little hot under the collar, and lecturing me and saying that I don't care about working class people. You know? Yeah, I find that does make me kind of mad. You know, not to be a dick, James, but that's why. Like, there's not a point. I'm mad because that's a normal reaction, I think, to some of these things. Anyway, this has been a productive segment, though. It's been cathartic for me to talk about this. I'm trying to think of what could be done. I mean, there's nothing to do. The only thing that I can do is continue coming on here every day and trying to present the correct ideas to people and the correct analysis. You know, that's all I can do. I can't go and reach out to all these people and talk to them individually. Literally all I can do is sit here, as I do every single day, and try and have the real explanation for why people are upset about their lives, why people's lives are horrible, why people are being miserable at their jobs, why people are working double overtime for bullshit pay, as this guy's talking about. You know, that's all I can really do. But I can't go to each individual person that looks at this guy and feels some connection to it, and hold their hand and bring them into the correct analysis. You know, all I can do is just sit here and talk about the proper ideas, which, as we know, all the answers are in Marxism. That's the answer for why these rich men north of Richmond are oppressing people and exploiting people. Or you want the answer to how to turn that on its head and flip that system on its head, it's in a little book called State and Revolution. You know? So that's all I can do is just sit here and talk about these ideas. But I have a minuscule platform compared to this guy who's got all this billionaire right-wing dark money backing it. He just struck a nerve with them, redirecting the critique of the fat cats instead of the victims of capitalism embarrassed them. Yeah, I mean, even if they thought about it that much, but that is ultimately the point of that. That's exactly the point of what these lyrics were, which is that I'm just pointing out what the class analysis in this song really is getting at. Looks at my material conditions. This is because of wokeness, exactly. This is because of like Nancy Pelosi did this, and no one else. This is because of people on welfare buying fudge rounds. This is why my life is like this. Oof, okay. We truly do live in a fund-round economy. We are often saying this. Okay, so I got about another, it's 5 o'clock. I got about another hour to go here. And then I'm going to take a little break and do some podcasting at 7. Maybe take a little break from ranting and raving. I've been ranting and raving and hooting and hollering today. But if anyone wants to support, as much as people are calling me like the elite of society, my brother in the other room was just listening to the Oliver Anthony song and says he's super talented, which I agree with. What summary should I tell him? I'm going to go back and watch through. The summary is that the reason that people's lives are miserable and the reason that people are working all day and barely getting by and putting themselves in the ground is not because of fat, lazy welfare recipients. It's because of capitalists. Like deindustrialized communities in the Appalachians that are victims of like intense poverty and addiction and like the opioid epidemic and the suicide epidemic. It's not because of welfare recipients that is happening. It's because of the owners of the mining companies. It's because of the owners of the factories who took away those jobs so they could build extensions on their houses and buy extra yachts. And you know, these same people are astroturfing the fuck out of this guy's song because it gives them the idea when they're listening to it. It gives them the idea that they care about working people that are struggling and they care about people that are barely getting by when really they're just kicking the shit out of people that are even lower on the ladder than they are. It's taking that very real anger and very, if you want to use the Marxist language, very real alienation that people are experiencing, which is very, very real and very, very powerful. And it's directing it to the people that have nothing to do with causing that in the first place. You know, his opinions will get infinitely worse now that he starts making good money with his music. For sure, he's not going to be struggling to get by much longer, if he's not already. I saw people digging up where this guy actually lives, and he actually lives slightly north of Richmond on a large farm as well. So is already, I think, doing quite okay, where the average median household price is significantly higher than elsewhere in the state. But now that he's going to make good money from doing this, and he has all these right-wing dipshits whispering in his ear, yes, he's going to absolutely get a whole lot worse. So he's probably a millionaire. If he's not, he will be soon. He's described as a former factory worker. Yeah, a likely story. He'll be singing at Trump rallies in no time. Does anyone actually have the tweet where someone talked about they found like where he actually lives? I don't even know how I could search for that or where I would find that. Because if I search for this guy in Richmond, it's just going to be a cesspool. Who among us hasn't worked a shift at the dick sucking factory? This poor guy was clocking in at the dick sucking factory and had to lose his job so that some poor person could get some extra junk food. No wonder he's upset. I would be upset too. Shitting on working class people while trying to hide under the guise of being for working class is really something.
Some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
And Swamp God, like exactly what you're saying. Shitting on working class people while trying to hide under the guise of being for working class is really something. And that is what conservative class politics is. That's exactly what it is. Dan, thank you for the raid. Dan, I love you. Thank you very much for the raid.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk.
How was the Dan Simpson stream today? I hope it was good.
Sankara TRRS Sankara Idan Sankara TRRS Sankara Idan Sankara TRRS Sankara.
Thank you, Nace Zero, for the 11 months of Prime. Thank you for that. What was that, Mac? I saw Raccoon County. Raccoon County. Let's see if I can find that. I can't find the tweet that I'm referring to. Let me just, I'll have a quick glance through my likes to see if I can find it. Raccoon Valley? Let me see if I can find it in my like tweets. Just don't mind me. Just scrolling my likes. Scrolling my likes, trying not to leave too much dead air. Someone had a tweet about this that it like actually looked at the median house prices and stuff. I guess it's not that even that important to look at. I don't think I could find it. I like this one. There was a lot of funny ones. I saw Sam Knight. My friend Sam Knight was doing a bunch of really good ones. This one, I like this one though as well. The beauty in this one is its simplicity. I like this one. I'm an authentic farmer and I'm here to say we should tax the rich less in a major way. They offshored the dick-sucking factories. The country hasn't been the same since. They deindustrialized the dick-sucking belt. That's a damn shame. They deindustrialized America's classic dick-sucking belt. When the Democrats lost the dick-sucking belt, that's when it provided this space for the right to step up. Oh boy. Oh, I already showed this one. The Eurodance one. My papa was a dick sucker. My pa was a dick sucker, and so naturally, I became a dick sucker myself. A tale as old as time. That's the new Donald Trump slogan. A chicken in every pot and a dick in every mouth. It's going to bring prosperity back to the United States of America. I got the cream lung. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, is this true? Sherney Pow, I didn't see this. On his YouTube, he has a playlist with videos that make your noggin get bigger. A lot of Jordan Peterson in that. Interesting. I'd love to get paid a fair wage to suck dicks, but in a nice, clean dick-sucking factory with a cafeteria and showers and a recreation room or something, maybe some foosball. It's a living, you know? It's a living. Anyway, folks, I got about another hour, like I was saying. 24 out of 35, feeling pretty good about how we're doing, but as I've been pointing out, I'm not actually the elite. I'm not the economic elite of the United States. I'm in fact a humble, salt of the earth content miner. This guy's complaining about mining communities. Well, I'm here every day in the content mines, trying to bring you content and trying to entertain and inform and delight people here on twitch.tv. So if you can, If you're just tuning in for the first time, if you're a long-time supporter, please, if you can, folks, subscribe to TRRS. Help me make my little number go up. Got to make the little number go up every day. As you know, I set behind significantly from taking some time off for vacation and being extremely sick, and I'm trying to make up for that. If you can, folks, subscribe to TRRS. It's $5 a month. It's completely free of charge with an Amazon Prime account, which you can very easily convert to a Twitch Prime sub. Logging into the little number factory. Exactly. I've got to make, that's my job every day. Every day I have to make the tiny little number at the bottom of the screen go up. Been a miner for a heart of gold. What a great song. I've tried to craft some kind of canary in the dick sucking mine joke and just can't make it work. I like the foundation though. You got something to work with. You got a foundation to build on there. Oh my. I think it's almost time for a cut. Just about. I didn't even take a shower today because I was so busy driving around. Drove to Cornwall, Ontario and back earlier today. This time I was a traveling Amazon salesman. That's right. I show up hat in hand. Hat in hand. If I was going to do a canary in the dick sucking mine joke, it would be something like when we lost Virginia. When the dick sucking factory closed in Virginia, that was the canary in the dick sucking mine. Something like that. Like we could workshop that, you know, it's like that's where I would go with it personally. Grow it out another few inches to get that mid-90s JTT look. I tried to do the JTT look earlier and it was really backfired. I thought maybe it would look like at least kind of cool, but it did not at all.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It was not good. It was not a good look. GMO Radio, thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. The night they tore old Dick Sucker down. Or the Atlantic City thing. Well, they blew up the dick-sucking man in Philly last night. Oh. Oh, boy. We like to get a little silly on here, folks. We like to get a little silly. In case anyone's tuning in today for some serious analysis, we do get a little bit silly. America used to be the home for dick-sucking innovation. Exactly. It's the Chinese, these Chinese dick-milking factories now. They've taken all the jobs away from good, honest, hard-working Americans. They used to be able to clock in for a good union job at the dick-sucking factory. Now you got all these CCP dick-milking factories in Beijing. That's where it's all gone. Good Lord. Good Lord, this is outrageous. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I glory hole side hustle on the company dime. Company time. That's right. Sorry, I fucked it up. Exactly, Dakadun. The capitalists sent all the dick-sucking jobs to China. It's very unfortunate. Because of Brandon. Brandon and Justin Trudeau got together and they offshored all the entire dick-sucking industry. NAFTA was just awful for all the small family dick suckers, exactly. Absolutely. Oh man. Oh, all these immigrants as well. The few dick sucking factories that exist. It's all these immigrants and refugees coming in. They just get a sweet, cushy job at the dick sucking factory, where good, honest, hardworking dick suckers are getting forced out. It's really a damn shame. Deng, yeah, that's Dengism. Dengism single-handedly demolished the entire dick sucking industry. That's actually, the Deng rave is perfect, the motion that he's doing. Dongism, there we go. Dong Xiaoping, more like. This is getting very silly. We've been talking about dick sucking now for a good 15 minutes. Folks, if anyone else wants to subscribe, I still got another little bit. I got another hour or so I'm not sweating it so much, but just a few brave heroes could get us across the finish line for the day. 2 5-sub gifters or 1 extremely generous 10-sub gifter could not only get across the finish line, but could trigger the extremely cool TRRS 10 gift sub alert. I'm simply saying. Mao Zedong. Yeah, there we go. Mouth Zedong. God, now it's getting into like offensive territory almost. I gotta be careful with that. The pussification of the dick-sucking industry. My entrance essay for PragerU's economics PhD track. Good lord. We can move on now. All the sick freaks in the chat are really getting wild with this one. My goodness. What are we going to do now? We've gone tonally. This episode's been all over the place. We've been really all over the place this episode. We're going on 4 hours here. We did Nostalgia Cam. We did serious discourse about AstroTurf's conservative class politics and country music. We've been doing whatever this is for the last 15 minutes or so. I got mad. Yeah, I got mad for a little while. I'm calm again now. I'm very calm now. The perfect day to do this.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
The perfect day to do the chimney sweep bit, of course. Thank you for the reminder. And thank you so much to Diego for the gifted sub. Diego, I love you. Thank you for that. The perfect day to do this 15-minute dick-sucking factory bit, just when you got the conservatives painting a target on your back. We didn't get any in here, I guess. They all didn't. They're all very tough, sending me DMs about my weight or my appearance and then blocking me immediately. No one wanted to come in here and start any shit with me. I'm almost a little disappointed in them. I would have liked to have had at least one person trying to argue with me about this in here today. Maybe I should have been in the politics tab.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I just got here. Let's argue.
Cut man. Cut man. First of all, thank you. Second of all, thank you for the 24 months of Tier 1. In case you're not so good at math, 24 months, that's 2 years. And that means that you, sir, have now received the golden badge, the shimmering badge, the highly elite, highly exclusive 2-year TRRS sub badge Cutman. Congratulations to you and thank you again. What a momentous day. A momentous day. And only 8 subs away, folks. Only 8 subs away. We don't even need brave, generous 5 sub gifters. We just need 8 pure souls. Only 8 people out of the 138 viewers that are tuning into this program right now, 8 people could part with their measly $5 per month and could get this stream across the finish line for today. Because unlike many of the people yelling at me, I actually do work very hard for bullshit pay right here in the content mines. And only 8 people could help me get across the finish line for today. For a measly $5 per month. A measly $5 per month. Barely anything at all. $5 worth of fudge rounds. I really should have got some fudge rounds as a bit. I don't think I actually have. I think in Canada they're fudgios. I think they're fudgios. I don't think we have the actual cookie fudge rounds. They're good cookies, actually. Have that with a nice ice cold glass of milk. Fantastic. Why would you shame anyone for enjoying that? Jesus Christ. Just realized, too, this guy's playing a Gretsch. That's an expensive guitar. How much is one of those Gretsch steel guitars? No, not a lap steel. It's not a lap steel. It's something else. What would you call that? I watched on my fudge rounds with Bud Light. Hell yeah. That's the ultimate woke combination. How much is one of these guitars? I'm pretty sure it's very expensive. Those are very nice, actually. I would love to be able to afford a Gretsch guitar. Unfortunately, I don't make enough money at the Content Factory. One of these, I guess that'd be the closest. $1,000. Yeah, that looks to be the same thing. Not that much of a gotcha. Not as much as I was thinking. Well, $999 is still more than most rent where I live. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And someone was saying as well, sorry, I actually missed, I wanted to talk about this and I forgot. We got caught up in that dick sucking factory bit for a good long while there. Someone was mentioning that in that article, they're like, he's planning to become a farmer on the 90 acres of land that he has. Yeah, bullshit, this guy's going to become a farmer. This guy's going to be a multi-millionaire right-wing influencer now for the next 20 years of our lives, probably. It was a good bit. I had a laugh. I had to laugh a little bit. I got a little hot under the collar there. $900 is only one payment on the F-150. It's only one payment on the F-150. Yeah. I would love to see this guy go to Alberta. I'll get a hero's welcome.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Old Dutch, thank you very much for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that, Old Dutch. Thank you. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. We are getting there. And fortunately, when I get to the sub goal, I win. I win Twitch, and I never have to think about it again. I'll never have to worry about it again. Canyonero, yeah. I bet this is the first phase.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Bleep Lord, thank you very much for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Bleep Lord. Very much appreciated. I'm mad at the racism being rewarded, can't lie. Yeah, it is. It's fucking annoying. I mean, that's the thing. I was complaining about Tim Pool. Whether I'm complaining about this guy or Tim Pool or whoever, people are like, what, are you jealous? Sounds like you're jealous. It's like, yeah, I kind of am, actually. Yeah, I would like to make tons of money and have a huge platform from doing what I'm doing, which, as I'm pointing out, is like the correct analysis and not bullshit, reactionary, idiotic, garbage that actively makes the world worse. Yeah. Honestly, if I'm going to be honest with myself and others, I am a bit jealous. Yes. It's 2 mile long, 3 lanes wide. Smells like a steak and seats 35. Canyonero. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, it's frustrating. There's a lot to get mad at out there. I was talking about that with Luke O'Neill. F-150 built Ford tough in Mexico. And even that sums up this kind of reactionary class politics as well, right? You talk about Ford or whatever other American company building factories in Mexico or whatever else, and they fucking, rather than blame, they still purchase the Ford products, but they blame while getting mad at the Mexicans, and they blame the Mexican factory workers. They blame the people on welfare. They blame the refugees. They blame the immigrants. They blame the LGBTQ plus people. While still gobbling up all this slop, all the same slop, and enriching all the very same people that took those jobs and sent them elsewhere. Pathetic. They're pathetic people. I'm Atlantic Canadian, so it's not as saturated in Tory nonsense here, though still bad. What's the feeling out further west? Well, I'm in Montreal, so I mean, Montreal is kind of its own unique place. Not that there's very reactionary politics in Quebec as well, but there's also kind of a somewhat unique sense of social solidarity that exists here that doesn't really exist elsewhere. But like I was saying, in Alberta, I'm sure they love this guy. This guy could go play in Alberta tomorrow and get a hero's welcome. All the secessionist Albertans would be waving their fucking rebel flags. Some of the most confused and incoherent people in our entire culture. What did a Mexican ever do for me besides build my house, my car, pick my food, and cook it? I mean, it goes back to the same thing about people on food stamps, right? Calling them lazy. They say the same thing about Mexicans. These lazy immigrants, lazy Mexicans. Meanwhile, you go to a Home Depot anywhere like close to the southern border, who is there every single day, 6:30 in the morning, trying to find work, trying to do work for very, very little money. The hardest working people in the fucking community, in the society. And these exact people call them lazy. Just like they call food stamp recipients who do work 40 hours a week for shit pay, call them lazy as well. You know, this is the reactionary mind, while they're the victims. They're the real victims. I inherited my dad's landscaping business, and I live in a fucking gated community, but I'm the victim. And it's the immigrants, the refugees, the people on welfare, the indigenous people, the LGBTQ plus people. They're the ones that have power in society. You know, it's just sick people. Yeah, this is what we've been talking about, Weenus, the whole thing about food stamps in the first place, that these people that are on food stamps have jobs and in fact do work 40 hours a week for shit pay, like this guy's talking about in his song. A lot of homeless people have jobs too, absolutely. Even the people that are in these like tent encampments that these people want to fucking the police to roll in and burn it to the ground. The U.S. have already fed off the slave, the immigrants, and now the illegal immigrants. They have to talk shit about the underclass to justify their privilege. To say nothing of like the fact that all the wealth comes from imperialism and is being stolen from other nations as well. Like it's not just the disenfranchised people in the United States or Canada. It's the poor, struggling masses around the world. Right? Who the American capitalists got to work in their factories for a fraction of the price that they used to pay actual Americans to do. Now they get slave labor around the world to do that, while also dropping bombs on them and also shitting on them and calling them lazy and calling them entitled. God, these people drive me crazy. There's so many means-tested programs where you're afraid to work too much because you won't qualify anymore and you wouldn't be able to afford whatever the program provides. That's the amazing thing about the whole system, right, Dakadoon? Like, when I was on unemployment, I lost my job in advertising, and I was on maximum unemployment benefits for a whole year, which was, like, fucking amazing. I was like, damn, this rocks, actually. Which is, again, if you're on unemployment, you paid for that. That's your money. You're just getting some of your money back. Like when you have a job and you're getting paid, you're paying into that system and then you get it back. It's your money. You're not getting taxpayer money. But I did the same thing. I got an offer to go get a job at that time. And I was like, I'm on unemployment, but like, I should get a job. It'd be better to have a job. I should do that. And I ended up making less money. I actually fucked myself over by getting a job when I was on unemployment because it's means tested, and I screwed myself over by going out into the workforce and getting a job rather than just taking the whole year to get the maximum amount of benefits, which is what I should have done. In retrospect, I wish that I had done that. I had about another 4 to 5 months of maximum unemployment benefits that I should have just sat back and collected. Back in the 70s till the 90s, EI was way higher in Canada. That's good for wages, forces employers to pay more if workers can quit and look for better work. Yeah, absolutely. These are pro-worker policies, not pro-laziness policies. Worked in housing resources, they literally encourage poverty because you will not qualify if you do anything. And this is the fucked up thing about this system. And that's exactly why, even if you're a socialist, even if you believe in like keep maintaining our current system and just having, you know, social programs, that's why universal programs are just like always the answer, whether it's housing, whether it's medical care or whatever. Universal programs, not means tested. Means testing traps people in poverty. Or education. Public education, free public education. But then rich people are going to get it. Yes, exactly. But they're paying for it. They're the ones that are paying for it. And yes, rich people should be going to public education and mixing with people of different economic classes. It's so bizarre, honestly. And then in Canada, right, we have the Liberals in charge since 2015, and they make a deal with our Social Democratic Party, who are supposed to hold their feet to the fire on this stuff. And what did they get in return? Maybe means-tested dental care by some point this decade, perhaps, possibly. That's great. That's as big as we can dream in here. I get so mad because it's like you want to go back to the good old days. Well, EI was way higher and we built the public housing. You fucking chuds. I mean, that's the most economically prosperous time in American history. Was when the top marginal tax rate was 90%. Was with these New Deal policies, which these very people who are now promoting this kind of music have chipped away at until it was just gone away entirely. In the Reagan era, they finally put the stake through its heart of whatever remained of the New Deal at that time. And now you have two different parties that are arguing over whether, like, should the highest top marginal tax rate be 35% or 30%? That's what they're arguing over. That's when there was all this time that they want to go back to, when you could afford a home and you could afford an education. That's when the New Deal was in full effect and the top marginal tax rate was 90%. Probably should have used the wooden stake on Reagan. Absolutely. But for who? And that's an important point to talk about as well, with the way that, like, people of color, black people, brown people, immigrants, indigenous people were many of the time excluded from these New Deal programs, which is a very valid critique that we should talk about. But was still overall a better and more fair economic system than whatever the fuck's going on today. I would accept even minor social democracy at this point, and the NDP is just like, best we can do is a TikTok dance and 1 million guns for Saudi Arabia and Azov Battalion. Yeah, great stuff. Really great stuff. We love it. Yet they destroyed the country that they want to go back to. That's the ultimate irony of this. It's the ultimate irony. And who do they blame for destroying that? People on welfare. They don't blame Reagan. They want to uphold Reagan and promote him as some fucking saint. The very person that destroyed the country that they are longing for today. All of this that we're talking about today for the last 2.5 hours, all of this is indeed what no theory does to an MF. Blame the victims and co-opt the victimhood, and that's exactly why this song is this song is an anthem for these exact people, because that's exactly what it's doing. Oh, you know what we're doing tomorrow, folks? So tomorrow is going to be a longer one again. Tomorrow on this program, maybe I'll start a bit later. We'll see how it goes. Tomorrow, though, on this program, 7 p.m., Eugene Puryear is coming on the show. Eugene of Breakthrough News. We see his work often on there. A really brilliant person, brilliant guy. Love his analysis on imperialism, really well informed. He's really well informed, especially on what is going on the African continent, since we've been talking about that so much with Niger and Burkina Faso and Mali and all these things. Eugene's going to be fantastic. A lot of other great stuff we can talk about with him as well. I'm really, really looking forward to Eugene coming on the show tomorrow. So that's late. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. is Eugene Puryear. One Eugene per year. That's in our dick sucking economy. That's what we get. Yeah, I had to reschedule with Aaron, aka Paradoomer, aka Poseidus Trap God. Just we couldn't make the timing work out, and he's been working on a bunch of stuff, and has some personal stuff I think that he's been going through. So I was like, no problem. You know, I'll find another time to bring him on though. Anyway, I'd kind of wanted to talk about the alien stuff, and we kind of missed the news cycle on that anyway. So I'll bring on Aaron like when the timing is better and when we have like something specific that we can get into that I think he would be good for. Oh, Swamp Goth, thanks. I'm gonna save that one. Luna Oy interview with Dr. Tamer Rahman. That sounds great. Yeah. I love Luna. I can't believe all these people online that are always going after fucking Luna Oy of all people. So that's what's going on tomorrow at 7 p.m. I'm just going to get some fridge water, folks. If you'll excuse me. I'm going to go get some fridge water, some sweet, refreshing fridge water. One sec. Talk amongst yourselves. Who's texting me? Hold on, just one sec here. Got Langley texting me some new... Oh, good. Okay. I actually just got paid from Twitch just now, and it's less than I usually get, but not so much less than it's like devastating and depressing. So that's nice.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You.
Sean, thank you for 30 months tier 1. I appreciate you, Sean. Thank you for that. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui parle en français dans le chat? Parce que c'est seulement moi. Et maintenant, c'est le temps que je vais parler seulement en français. Oh, that's nice and cold. I forgot about the French thing. That's right. The certain former CPC party member that quit being a communist because she saw a nurse smoke in Cuba. Exactly. I hate when that happens. Je suis un pussy gros. My old pal. My old pal. Pussy gros, as we called him back in those days. Few things better than cold, clean water. It's really been a revelation for me. I literally it's made as one small lifestyle change that I started making was filling up a big plastic jug with water and putting it in my fridge. And this summer, when it's been very hot, I've just been drinking that. And I'm like, man, that's fantastic. I drink so much more water because of this minor change. Did you have lunch? Not really, actually. I had a McDonald's breakfast at around 10:30 and just munched on a bunch of olives. And that's all I've eaten. I guess I'm gonna have to have dinner in a couple minutes. Maybe I'll do that soon, actually. I got some leftovers I can throw in the fridge or in the microwave right now. Streamer discovers water. This one weird trick that the sun doesn't want you to know about. Going to get yourself a reverse osmosis tank under your sink will change your water life. Will it? Like I feel like my tap water is pretty good. McDonald's fucked up my order today and I'm sour. I'm sorry to hear that, Larry. I'm sorry to hear that. What was the mistake? You know, I ordered one of those chicken McMuffins today, like one of the breakfast chicken things. Very good. Yeah, I don't think quitting caffeine is going to be an option for me. I don't think I would survive that. Ooh, they gave you single quarter pounders instead of doubles. That's tough. That is rough. I enjoy the single quarter pounder, but if you're expecting a double, I mean, that's not good. You know, Larry, you can and should though email McDonald's and just say like, I've done this before. Be like, I know that it's really hard to work at McDonald's and I don't blame anyone and I don't want anyone to get in trouble, but just to let you know that my order did get messed up, they'll probably send you a coupon. I have done that in the past. And it's usually pretty reliable. Now, I'm not going to name names. It's hard working as much as these people like Oliver Anthony or whatever would complain about McDonald's workers when they ask for more money. It's a very hard job. I get it. You know, if I was at McDonald's, I would be doing a shitty job too. And many of them don't do a shitty job. Many of them do a very good job. I actually made up my mind to drink more caffeine. Absolutely. I had a cup of coffee this morning and a Monster Energy Blue, Ultra Blue. I had a scam where I used to order McDonald's breakfast right before they stopped serving breakfast. So they would keep giving me coupons for my meal taking too long. That sounds like a Kramer subplot on a Seinfeld episode. Jerry, you'll never believe this. They keep giving me the coupons. Me and my friend Bob Sacamano down to McDonald's. Order breakfast at 10:59, Jerry.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Savage Goon. Savage Goon, thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You kidding me? You kidding me right now? So close to the Steely Dan cover. Not really. Not really. But if anyone wants to gift for 14 subs in the next 10-15 minutes, I will sing a song for you. But I'm not counting on that happening. I'm willing to, like, and again, yeah, I'm perpetually overtired and don't get enough sleep and also have ADHD, so I don't know if I would do it. Maybe if I stopped having caffeine, maybe in a couple days that I would be less tired, but I don't know if I believe that. I think I would continue to be extremely tired all the time. Oh, I just don't know, Larry. I don't know if I can do it. Even the like week that it would take to like adjust my brain to the no caffeine thing, I think it would just be too miserable for me to get through it. There's this stuff called meth. Let's just go right to the source. I should just become a meth guy, I think. Why not? That's basically all, Adderall. I couldn't even remember the word for Adderall. It's basically all it is. Just making it work a little faster. What's wrong with that? You think I go on good rants now? You think I do good ranting and raving and hooting and hollering now? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. I think I'll probably just stick with all the caffeine. I'll just continue just funneling caffeine into my body. Have you ever gotten on Adderall or other ADHD meds? It's a game changer. Honestly, like I've talked about my experience with Adderall before, but I was taking Adderall for a while, and at first I found it very helpful, and then I just found it was getting less and less effective as time went on, and I felt my body like telling me to start taking more and more to compensate, and I just felt like it was not good. I also found that like there was times when I felt like I was able to focus more and concentrate more, but I also found like sometimes I would be focusing on procrastinating even more, where you get lost down these rabbit holes of like whatever. And I would be doing even less than I was supposed to be. Is anyone familiar with that? It's like I'm really focusing on like doing absolutely nothing right now. Or like going down some weird rabbit hole on Wikipedia. Or YouTube or whatever. Yeah, and also I would smoke weed too, which would kind of help cancel out the effects. I guess you're probably not supposed to do that. Yeah, I'd lose exactly, fart party. I'd lose hours to dumb dopamine triggered internet wiki holes. Absolutely. Same. Yeah. I was getting to a point where I was like, I don't know if this is really helping me at all. Ugh, we love our bad brains, don't we, folks? We've got bad brains. More and more people, they're coming to me with tears in their eyes. They say, Rob, my brain is so bad. I say, I understand, I've got a bad brain myself. We got a lot of bad brains in this community, folks. A lot of bad brains in here. My brain is so bad, dude. My brain is terrible. It's true. It's true. Got a lot of bad brains. You haven't wasted your life, Sean. You're here with us now. You know? That's something. You ended up in the right place. That means it means every decision that's led to this point has been worth it. Because now you've found your people. You found your community. You found your friends. You found your, yes, family. And you're not allowed to leave. Also, I don't reiterate that enough, I don't think. Just in case that's not clear. I think some people have got mixed messages on that, and just in case that's not clear, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Oh, that was the really funny thing that I wanted to look at as well. Let's see if I can find it. Someone was snitch tagging me to Conceptual James. Let's see if I can find that. Hold on. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. I was laughing at this. Under the James Lindsay tweet. This outpouring of expired leftist hate will definitely not work against him and will only galvanize support around him, as it should, but there are other dangers. Well, what other dangers? Well, how about this? Look at this guy Sharky snitching on me. Listen to the intro to his podcast, man. Not enough people. I'm going to give this a like just so it boosts it in the algorithm. I want more people to see this, actually.
Two-dimensional. Thank you for expressing interest in the Friendship Triangle community. We would be thrilled to have you on board as a member of our exclusive platform. As you may know, the Friendship Triangle is Twitch's only two-dimensional, triangle-shaped, friendship access and trickle-down cloud, tiered reward system. Today you have an amazing opportunity to join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. Once you are part of the community, you'll have the ability to rise through the ranks and achieve higher levels of access and rewards. One way to do this is by gifting subscriptions to your fellow members or by inviting your friends and family members to join our community. As you ascend the tiers, you will be exposed to a range of new and exciting benefits, such as exclusive content, advanced features, and access to our elite community members. We are confident that you will enjoy all the perks that come with being part of the Friendship Triangle. However, we also want to remind you that not all friends and family members are to be trusted, especially those who may not support your new lifestyle. That's why we encourage you to focus on building meaningful relationships within our community, where you will find like-minded individuals who share your interests and values. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team. We are always here to support our members and ensure that your experience with the Friendship Triangle is enjoyable. We're glad that you are considering joining the Friendship Triangle community. We look forward to seeing you rise through the Chaos Zone and all the way into the Elite tier. It's not a cult.
Pops me every time. It's one of the things I'm most proud of creating in my life. I've spent my whole adult life trying to create things. Music and writing and podcasts and this show and all kinds of stuff. I think this is one of the things that I'm most proud of doing. I'm actually going to go ahead and give that a retweet.
Thank you for expressing interest in the...
Every time. It just pops me every time.
Friendship Triangle community.
Sorry, I'll mute that. This guy was like, oh shit, I discovered some fucked up like leftist cult and a snitch on James Lindsay. You know what? Someone was actually, because someone posted this James Lindsay thing, because he's like Marx. He has these people that think he does actual like Marxist analysis or whatever. And I posted, yeah, James Lindsay. By the way, like I know we kind of missed the opportunity like to talk about this, but also he's one of the main like groomer people. He's seen here hanging out with the head of a sex cult. By the way, in case people hadn't seen that, here's James Lindsay, Conceptual James, Mr. like okay groomer. All trans people are like child abusers and groomers, hanging out with the leader of a sex cult, James Lindsay, just in case that's not totally clear. Literally saying I taught him everything he knows. To really nail it on the head there. The funny thing too, so we can't watch this whole thing. It's going to be too painful. Tori posts this link. The best 30-minute explanation of Marxism by Dr. James Lindsay. And I'm like, here's this guy hanging out with the leader of a sex cult. And look what they say. Oh, shit. Sorry. Look what they say. No rebuttal to the argument, of course. Just try to attack his character. Amazing. I don't think I can watch this. Like, this might be something funny to watch someday. Like, I don't think I have enough time to watch the whole thing. It's 30 minutes of Dr. James Lindsay. Dr. Conceptual James. The best 30-minute explanation of Marxism I have ever heard. And this is part of this. What was this from? This was from Woke, a culture war against Europe. Oh, God. Here we go. Woke, a culture war against Europe. This conference was organized by the Identity and Democracy Foundation. So some like, and MEP Tom van der Dreischisch. I'm sure that person's not a fascist. No one that has a name like that could ever be bad. I'm sure MEP Tom van den Dreischisch is a perfectly fine, upstanding individual. He's done for math PhDs. Is that what does he actually have a PhD in math, but he's rebranded himself as like an anti-Marxist, anti-woke guy? Is that it? Dr. Nazi Schnitzel has done nothing wrong except has explored this dangerous woke Marxist phenomenon. Here, like, we don't need to watch this whole clip, of course. We don't need to poison our brains with 30 minutes of Dr. James Lindsay talking about this, but look at the chapter titles. Just look at this. The definition of equity, woke, is Maoism with Western characteristics. Marxism is a genus of ideological thought with many different species in this genus, bound together by intersectionality, but the logic is Marxist. Society produces man equals inversion of praxis. Take out class, put in race. CRT falls out of the hat. So if you're taking out class, then it's not Marxism, but it is still, according to James. How is queer theory Marxist? Cultural Marxism appears, or Western Marxism. Of course, the cultural Marxism, which is just like basically being progressive and wanting to have more inclusivity and like supporting people of color or immigrants or sexual minorities, LGBTQIA plus people. That's cultural Marxism. Being a basic, decent human being, of course. Treating people with basic empathy. That's what James refers to as Western Marxism. Cultural Marxism. Herbert Marcuse said the working class is no longer the base of revolution, abandons the working class and focuses on race, sexuality, and culture. It's interesting, some of these guys, because there might be a small idea there where you can see the way that like race and identity politics have been becomes made separate from class politics, and somehow that's been a process. There might be a vague sense of an idea in there, but of course James doesn't understand what that idea is and what it means, or like any of that context. They see themselves as nations evolved to attack the West. This is just factually true. Being white is bad. Being white is oppressive. No lies detected, James. I agree with that statement, absolutely. The European Cultural Revolution to destroy Western civilization from within. Woke is Marxism evolved to attack the West. Europe is at great risk. The goal is to make us global citizens. 17 sustainable goals of the UN equals slavery. And finally, I have come to name the enemy. This is a brilliant man. A brilliant man with brilliant ideas. It's interesting how they attack the CIA infiltrators as if they're the real Marxism. Well, that's it. You have like COINTELPRO and all these like psyops designed to destroy whatever exists in left-wing revolutionary movements, and like ideologically separate all these things. And then you have dipshit reactionaries like James Lindsay talking about how that's the real Marxism, you know? I just have to hear this one thing.
Ideological thought. Then classical economic Marxism is a species. Radical feminism is a species in this same genus. Critical race theory is a species in this genus. Queer theory is a species in this genus. Post-colonial theory that's plaguing Europe is a species in this genus. And they have something that binds them together called intersectionality, that makes them treated as if they are all one thing. But the logic is
I'm
Marxist,
just imagining the people that watch this and go, wow,
Marx
yeah.
is a very simple proposition, but we get lost.
It's a species in this penis, more
Marx
likely.
was talking about economics because he often talked about economics. He wrote a book called Capital.
That's right, James.
It's a very famous book.
It is.
And we think, well, this is about economic theory. But this isn't true.
No, it is true.
It's only true on the surface. If we go
I think you might be wrong there, actually.
What Marx was talking about was something different.
No, he was talking about the economy.
What Marx's hypothesis was that we must seize the means of production if we're
Yes.
going to bring socialism to the nations.
Yeah, okay.
To the world. We have to seize the means of production. So we have to ask, what does he mean? And if we think that it's about
He's
capital,
actually quite clear about what he means.
then we miss what he means.
No, it's about
if you
capital.
think it's about the means of production in the factory with a hammer, and the means of production in the field with a sickle, then you miss what it means.
No, I don't think you do. I think that is what it
Marx
means.
explained what makes human beings special in his earlier writings.
But what about the
makes
writings that
human
you're
beings
referring to when he
special
explicitly explains
is that
what his
man
economic theory
is
was?
a being that is incomplete and knows that he is incomplete. He is a man whose true nature has been forgotten to him, which is
These are the people that are getting mad at me online right now, the fucking
He is a
geniuses.
socialist at heart who doesn't realize it. And the reason he doesn't realize it is because of the economic conditions operating as the means of construction or production, not just of the
James.
economy,
This
but
MF
of
just said
him,
means of
but of
construction.
man, of society, and particularly of history. Marx said that he had the first scientific study of history. How was history produced? By man, doing man's activity. And man's key activity was economic activity.
It's the whole class
he saw
struggle,
it.
James. That's
And
right.
so economic production
It's a
doesn't
history of
just
class
produce the
struggle.
goods and services of the economy, it produces society itself. And society, in turn, produces man. He called this the inversion of praxis. And so when he says we must seize the means of production,
This is
he's
this is
talking about
why
fact-
gay and queer and trans people getting rights is bad. You see? This is why it's bad for us to treat people with basic human dignity. This is why it's bad to talk about our colonial history and the violence inherent to it. You see? Does this make sense now? Have I explained that enough to you? This is why it's bad to talk about the genocide of indigenous people, or that's how our culture was found, or that's how our whole society is built on. Now that I've explained this, you see why it's bad to talk about any of these things. What's the deal with math PhDs being stupid? I think you should stick in your lane, buddy. Why don't you talk about like fucking pi or whatever it is? You know? Why don't you stick with that? Leave the Marxism to the rest of us that have actually done the reading. Why are you out here talking about this? He was born in New York. That's right. He's a rich man north of Richmond. And knowing nothing about this guy, I know for certain that he has generational wealth. It seems like he's mixing up different aspects of Hegelian dialectics with concepts in capital and all sorts of shit. And this is what these fucking dumbasses do, right?
Talk you through all this.
Like Jordan Peterson.
Queer liberation is a Frankfurt School Marxist plot, but don't ask me about my friendship with the Nexium sex cult spokesperson Nikki Klein. I'm just a huge fan of when she was on Battlestar Galactica.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Husker, thank you very much for 21 months of Prime. You're getting quite close to the 2-year shimmering golden exclusive sub badge as well, Husker. Thank you for that. James, we have this image of you hanging out with the leader of a sex cult, James, and you're talking about queer people and how they're groomers and they're bad. What are you doing hanging out with sex cult leaders, sir? That's my question to you. Taught him everything he knows.
He's actually talking about how we construct who we are as human beings so that we might complete ourselves, so that we might complete history. And at the end of history, mankind will remember that he is a social being, and we will have a socialist society, a perfect communism that transcends private property, is how he put it. He said, in fact, that communism is the transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement. That's a quote from the Economic Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844.
Sounds good to me.
So Marx was interested in controlling, or understanding and controlling, how man produces himself.
What a brilliant man. I'm glad that this man has a platform and gets invited to speak at these conferences and these kinds of things. It actually makes me happy that that happens. This guy is talking about sounds pretty cool. Like, we should look into this guy even more, actually. I agree. He's just describing philosophy. It's like it's some kind of... He's discovered some new phenomenon. And Marx was a philosopher. He's one of probably the most significant philosopher. Not only an economic theorist. This is not like a controversial thing. This is not a new thing that you just discovered. Man knowing how to transform himself is good, actually. Kim Jong-il confirms this to be true. I can't tell what the point of his talk is. Well, the point of his talk is this is what gets shared. Look at this shit. The best 30-minute explanation of Marxism as I have ever heard. That's the title of this video. This person, complicit clergy, whoever it is, watched this video and is going, wow, my God. Wow. Wow, that's so profound. Now I understand these things. Now I understand what Marxism is. Fuck. And this is the, 75K subscribers. 319,000 views on this. All U.S. citizens should have to hear this speech. Dr. James Lindsay is one of the most important voices out there today, who really gets to the bottom of things and says what things really are. Him simply stating that so-called critical race theory is simply race Marxism and that queer theory is simply gender Marxism, and even that feminism is sex Marxism, really crystallized that for I know, then it cuts off. This is good. These are the people we got to go in and teach them about Marxism. We'll just go and teach them about it. And this is why no one can ever, you can never talk about, sexism, misogyny, racism, the treatment of indigenous people. It's all just Marxism and therefore bad. Everything that I don't like is Marxism. I didn't cut off. They were just so red, mad, and nude online. They collapsed onto their keyboard and it hit send. Yeah. They're one of those guys that's also making actionable threats to the FBI on their Facebook account. So they came and busted down the door and violently confronted them. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, folks. They really want to know about Marx, but have never considered actually reading Marx himself. Well, it seems like James might have at least tried. But then all these other people that don't want to read Marx, they look to someone that they think is smart, like James Lindsay, who just tells them everything. Hey, I read Marx, and everything you don't like is Marxism. Every single thing, every aspect of society moving forward or becoming more inclusive or progressive in any way, well, guess what? That's Marxism. All the stuff that you're scared about from the news, that you watch 25 hours a day, that's actually Marxism. I read it, so you don't have to. And he probably just read the Wikipedia for absolutely. Absolutely. He realizes that if he says the names and the words that sound like spooky communist postmodernism, conservatives will think you're an academic scholar. Well, we talked about this before. Like, this is like what all of conservative intellectualism is, right? It's just like you use this kind of like pseudo-academic language to say nothing at all. And the fucking morons that are paying attention to you are just like, wow, look at this guy, so intelligent. They must know what they're talking about. Thank you for the stream. I quite liked the little British boy bit. Thank you for saying that. Show Sheepy. Thank you. I hope you come back. I do this stream every single day. And if you come back, I will do the malnourished Victorian child bit again for your amusement. I'm usually here every day. Okay, well then good. Never mind then. And weird, Sean Meat says, take care, very one. Sean Meat says, take care, very one. Can't say I understand what that means. I've never heard that expression before. What does it mean? I don't know. I would simply talk normally, personally. Sorry, Sean. Sean's having a bad day. He comes in here and I lift him up and then I knock him back down. That's how I got to do it. I build you up and then I knock you back down again. That's how I keep control over you. I mean, that's how we have this community of like-minded individuals that's productive and it makes you feel good and is good for you and you're not allowed to leave. I enjoy little malnourished Victorian Rob more than threatening me with ruler, Mad Rob. I know some of you do like that, though. That's the thing. Some of you like it when I get out the hitting stick. Some of you sickos in here. Oh shit, I don't want this. Some of you sickos like when I get out the hitting stick. fucked up. Let's raid our friend Hildy. Always love Hildy's raid reactions. It's always very entertaining. She gets super flustered, so let's everyone try and make Hildy as flustered as possible for the funniest possible reaction. I will be back tomorrow. We're gonna do a long one tomorrow. Okay, we're doing a marathon tomorrow, and I have to do a podcast at 9 to talk about Invasion of the Body Snatchers as well. So it's going to be a big day in the content mines for me tomorrow. The salt of the, as you know, I'm a salt of the earth. Roll up the sleeves, grab the lunch pail. Working class content miner. Tomorrow's going to be a big one. So please tune in. We talked a lot about this bullshit right-wing AstroTurf fake class analysis today. There's a lot of stuff we can get into tomorrow. We're going to have a big update on what's happening on the African continent in Niger. Specifically, we can talk about some Ukraine, Russia stuff and imperialism and all that good stuff. So I hope everyone tunes in. And Eugene per year tomorrow in just a little bit over 24 hours. A little bit over 24 hours, Eugene per year of Breakthrough News.